Yo! Welcome to Gringotts Hub. Got an absolute banger for you today. What if Harry audited the Potter-Black-Peverell-Merlin vaults and found Dumbledore had stolen 50 million galleons since birth? Like, subscribe, comment below. Let's go. Chapter 1, The Writ. The letter didn't come by owl. That was the first thing Harry noticed, not the sound of wings against his bedroom window, not the scratch of talons on the sill. Instead, at precisely 7 in the morning on July 31st, there was a knock at the front door of number 4, Privet Drive. A single, measured knock, the kind that expected to be answered and was fully prepared to wait as long as it took. Uncle Vernon was already downstairs. Harry heard the familiar thunder of his footsteps in the hallway, the rattle of the chain, the clunk of the deadbolt, and then, silence. The particular quality of silence that meant Uncle Vernon had opened the door and found something on the other side that had, for once in his enormous life, rendered him completely speechless. Harry was out of bed before he'd consciously decided to move. He made it to the top of the stairs in time to see his uncle standing in the open doorway looking like a man who had swallowed something alive. On the front step stood a goblin, not a small, hunched creature that might be mistaken for a garden ornament, but a tall goblin, nearly 5 feet, dressed in a charcoal gray suit that fit him with the precision of armor. He carried a leather case stamped with the Gringotts crest, and he was looking at Uncle Vernon the way a barrister looks at a witness who has already perjured himself twice. "Mr. Harold James Potter," the goblin said. "Not a question." His voice was dry and precise, like parchment folding. "He's upstairs," Vernon managed. He's just a boy, he's not. "I am aware of his age," the goblin said. "I am also aware that he has reached 16 years of age as of today, which is the precise date specified in the legal notification clause of the Potter-Black-Peverell estate audit order." He reached into his coat and produced a sealed envelope, thick, cream-colored, sealed with wax the color of old gold. "If you would be so good as to inform him." "What's this about?" Vernon blustered. "I won't have, in my house, Mr. Dursley." The goblin's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. This document represents a formal legal instrument of Gringotts Bank, carrying authority under the Goblin Financial Compact of 1397. It supersedes British Muggle law, British Wizarding law, and the personal preferences of any non-party individual standing in a doorway. "You may either inform Mr. Potter of my presence, or I will wait here until he comes down on his own. I have brought a chair." He had not, visibly, brought a chair. But the certainty in his voice suggested one could be arranged. Harry was already on the stairs. "I'm here," he said. The goblin looked up at him with dark, evaluating eyes. Whatever he saw, he gave a small nod that might have been approval. "Mr. Potter. My name is Ironforge. I am a senior solicitor of the Accounts and Estates Division at Gringotts Bank, London." He held out the envelope. "This is your notification." Harry came down the last few steps and took it. The wax seal was warm under his thumb, and he felt a faint pulse against his palm, not magic exactly, more like recognition. The seal pressed against his skin and then simply fell away, as if the letter had been waiting for him specifically. "Should I read this now?" Harry asked. "You should come to Gringotts," Ironforge said. "The letter will explain why. A portkey has been arranged for your transportation, as we did not feel it appropriate to have this matter delayed by the Ministry's flow monitoring network." He reached into his case and produced what appeared to be a plain brass button. "When you are ready." Vernon made a sound. Harry looked at his uncle, really looked at him, the way he'd been doing more often lately, taking in the jowls and the red face and the stubborn pride that had made 16 years of Harry's life a grinding endurance test. He felt something that wasn't quite contempt and wasn't quite pity. "I need 5 minutes to get dressed," Harry said to Ironforge. Then he looked at Vernon. "You should go back to your breakfast. This doesn't concern you." Vernon opened his mouth. Harry waited. Vernon closed his mouth and went back to the kitchen. Harry went upstairs, got dressed, shoved his wand into his pocket, and read the letter. He read it twice on the way up the stairs and once more standing in his bedroom, and the numbers didn't change any of the 3 times. They sat on the page with the absolute indifference of mathematics: 53,412,216 galleons, 7 sickles, and 3 nuts. Withdrawn from the combined Potter-Black-Peverell estate accounts between July 31, 1980 and June 30, 1996. The letter described it in careful, neutral language: irregular withdrawals, non-sanctioned disbursements, transactions executed under instruments of questionable legal standing. Gringotts language. The language of a bank that had decided something was wrong but was being very precise about how it said so. At the bottom of the letter, in smaller type, was a line that Harry read 4 times. The primary account of authorization for these transactions was registered in the name of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, acting under a self-granted instrument of magical guardianship dated August 1, 1980. Harry folded the letter. He put it in his pocket. He picked up his school trunk from the corner, he'd never really unpacked it from the end of last year, and carried it downstairs. Ironforge was still on the doorstep, precisely where he'd been left. "I'm ready," Harry said. "Can I bring my trunk?" "We have made arrangements for your belongings," Ironforge said. He gestured and 2 more goblins appeared from around the side of the house, where they'd been waiting, Harry realized, without any surprise or embarrassment about it whatsoever. They took the trunk with the careful efficiency of people who moved valuable things for a living. Hedwig's empty cage got a look of quiet assessment from one of them. "Your owl. She's out hunting. She'll find me." "Goblins always do," Ironforge said, which might have been a joke, and handed Harry the brass button. Harry touched it. The world folded. Gringotts at 8 in the morning was a different building than Gringotts at 11, when the shopping crowd had thickened the corridors and the teller queues wound back toward the great bronze doors. At 8, the marble floors caught the torchlight without any feet to interrupt them, and the click of Harry's shoes echoed up into the high vaulted ceiling with the clarity of a clock ticking. Ironforge let him past the main teller hall without stopping, through a side door that Harry had never noticed before. He suspected it was the kind of door you only noticed when you were supposed to, and down a corridor where the walls were lined with carved stone ledgers, names and numbers running in columns too small to read as he walked. The air was cooler here, and drier, and it smelled of old money, stone and metal and something faintly acidic, like the pages of a very old book. They stopped at a set of double doors, dark wood, iron-banded, the Gringotts crest carved into both panels at eye level. "Chief Ragnok is waiting," Ironforge said. "I will be present throughout the meeting. You may ask questions at any time. I would recommend asking every question that occurs to you." "Does that happen often?" Harry asked. "Clients who don't ask enough questions." "More often than you would believe," Ironforge said, with feeling. He pushed the doors open. The room was large but not grand, a working room, not a display. A long dark table ran its length, scattered with ledgers and scrolls that had been sorted into careful stacks. Wall-mounted torches threw steady gold light. And at the far end of the table sat the goblin Harry recognized from descriptions but had never personally met, Ragnok, Chief of Gringotts, who was older than the current Ministry of Magic and had outmaneuvered 11 of its ministers. He was smaller than Ironforge, rounder in the face, with eyes the color of old iron and the kind of stillness that didn't read as calm so much as absolute patience. He was looking at Harry the way people look at a document they've been waiting a long time to finally sign. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok said. "Sit down. There is a great deal to show you." Harry sat. "Before we start," he said, "the letter mentioned 53 million galleons. Is that the final number?" "No," Ragnok said. "That is the number we verified before we stopped counting in order to contact you. The full audit will take several more days. The number will be higher." "How much higher?" Ragnok looked at him for a long moment. "We estimate the total, including redirected investment returns and compound value of misappropriated assets, to exceed 60 million galleons." Harry didn't say anything. He looked at the table, at the stacks of ledgers, at the torchlight moving in the iron brackets. 60 million galleons. He'd grown up eating burnt toast and wearing Dudley's cast-offs. He'd slept in a cupboard for a decade. He'd been told, every single day in 100 different ways, that he was nothing and had nothing, and while that had never felt true in his heart, he'd been too busy surviving to question it properly. "Show me," he said. They started at the beginning, which meant they started on August 1, 1980, one day after Harry's birth. Ironforge laid out a scroll on the table and smoothed it flat with precise, methodical movements. It was a copy of a legal instrument, a document Harry had never seen and hadn't known existed. At the top, in formal wizarding legal script, Instrument of Provisional Magical Guardianship, issued under emergency powers of the Chief Warlock, Whisked of Great Britain. "What is this?" Harry asked. "It is the document by which Albus Dumbledore granted himself legal guardianship over your financial and magical estate," Ragnok said. He was Chief Warlock at the time. The Emergency Powers Clause exists for cases where a magical minor is left without parents or designated guardians and an urgent matter requires an adult to act on their behalf. A pause. It is not designed for permanent use. It was designed for temporary situations. 48 hours to a week at most. He kept it active for 16 years, Harry said. He kept it active for 16 years, Ragnok confirmed. And he renewed it each year through a countersignature, which, because he was both the executing party and the Chief Warlock authorizing the renewal, required only his own approval. Harry looked at the countersignatures at the bottom of the scroll. Albus Dumbledore's handwriting, neat and slanted, repeated in a column down the right-hand margin. 15 renewals. One for each year of his life. "When I was placed with my aunt and uncle," Harry said carefully, "what happened to my parents' will?" Ironforge cleared his throat. "The will of James and Lily Potter named Sirius Black as your magical guardian and primary financial trustee. It also named Remus Lupin as secondary guardian, and Frank and Alice Longbottom as tertiary. In the event of the incapacitation of all three parties, the will specified that guardianship should be held by Gringotts in trust until you came of age. None of those options involve Albus Dumbledore." "No," Ragnok said. "They do not." "And the will?" Harry sat back in his chair. The room was quiet. Somewhere beyond the walls, the distant mechanisms of the bank moved and turned, cart tracks and vault doors and the grinding of old stone. "He put me with the Dursleys," Harry said. "On purpose." "Knowing what the will said?" "Yes." "He took guardianship of my accounts." "On purpose." "Yes." "And then he spent 60 million galleons of my money." Ragnok's iron-gray eyes didn't waver. "Over a period of 16 years, yes." Harry looked at the ledgers. "What did he spend it on?" This was when Ironforge picked up the second stack of documents and began laying them out in chronological order, and for the next 2 hours, Harry sat at that table and learned exactly what 60 million galleons bought. Some of it was straightforward in its corruption. Payments to ministry officials, not documented as bribes, of course, but as consulting fees and educational grants and research endowments. Payments to Whisked members. Payments to the editors of the Daily Prophet, which explained, with sudden horrible clarity, years of stories that had depicted Harry as either a savior or a lunatic depending on Dumbledore's current political needs. Some of it was harder to look at. There were payments that had gone to the Order of the Phoenix's operating fund. Fine, perhaps, Harry could almost understand that, except that the Order was fighting a war that Dumbledore had never asked Harry if he wanted to be the centerpiece of. There were payments to St. Mungo's that were recorded as charitable donations, and Harry might have found that noble except that the donation records were signed by Dumbledore's name and would earn him a place in the hospital's Hall of Benefactors for the next 100 years, and the money was Harry's. And then there was the simplest category of all, vault transfers to personal accounts. Not large amounts at a time. Never more than 10,000 galleons in a single transaction. But steady, methodical, every few months for 16 years. Into a Dumbledore personal account at Gringotts, branch unspecified. That one, Harry said, pointing to the personal account column. Total figure. Ironforge produced a summary sheet. 8,400,000 galleons. He stole 8 million galleons directly into his personal account. He withdrew funds from your estate into an account in his name, yes. That's theft, Harry said. Under the Goblin Financial Compact, it falls under the category of unauthorized fiduciary self-dealing, which carries a penalty of full restitution, treble damages, and a minimum 5-year suspension of all banking privileges. Ironforge paused. Under wizarding criminal law, it would be classified as misappropriation of a minor's estate, which carries a maximum sentence of 7 years in Azkaban and permanent removal from any position of public trust. Harry absorbed this. Can I ask why you didn't flag this earlier? 16 years of transactions. It was the right question. Ragnok's expression shifted slightly, not guilt, exactly. Something more like acknowledgement. That, he said, is a question the Goblin Nation has spent considerable time discussing internally. He straightened the stack of papers in front of him with 2 fingers. The early withdrawals were processed under instruments that appeared, on their face, to be in order. Guardianship documents are valid authorization. Our processes flag anomalies, but Dumbledore was careful about the frequency and size of withdrawals. It was only when the guardianship instrument came up for review under a new audit policy, implemented 14 months ago, that the irregularities across the full account history became visible. And when they did? Harry pressed. We began building the case, Ragnok said, and there was something in his voice, a very old and quiet anger. Goblins do not move quickly in legal matters, Mr. Potter. We move correctly. We wanted to be certain before we came to you. We wanted everything documented. We wanted it to be, as your people say, airtight. Is it? Harry asked. Airtight? Completely, Ironforge said, and the single word carried the weight of 2 hours of documentation. They broke at 10 o'clock. Ironforge brought tea, proper tea, strong and dark, with shortbread that tasted like it came from somewhere other than a tin. Harry wrapped his hands around the cup and looked at the wall of documents that had been assembled on one side of the room during the morning's work, a physical architecture of fraud built ledger by ledger, scroll by scroll. I want to understand the full estate, Harry said. Not just the Potter accounts. You mentioned Potter-Black-Peverell. What does that mean exactly? Ragnok set down his own cup. When Sirius Black died, he didn't, Harry said. A beat. Ragnok looked at him steadily. No, he said. He did not. You are correct. When Sirius Black was wrongly imprisoned, his estate was placed in administrative hold by the ministry. When it became evident last year that he was, in fact, innocent, the ministry's hold became legally untenable. The Black estate has reverted to its rightful heir. Which, since the Black family line has been reduced to very few living members, and since you were named explicitly in the Black family will as primary heir, is you. So I inherited the Black estate, Harry said. Yes. And the Black estate, through marriage and inheritance lines, also carries a claim on the Peverell vaults. Ragnok stood and moved to a cabinet at the far end of the room, producing a much older ledger. The cover was worked leather, the Gringotts crest stamped in silver that had gone dark with age. The Peverell line has not had an active claimant since 1749. The vaults have been accumulating interest since that date. Harry stared at him. How much interest? At our standard compound rate for dormant ancestral accounts, over 247 years, Ironforge consulted a separate sheet. The Peverell vaults currently hold the equivalent of approximately 90 million galleons in gold, plus an unvalued collection of magical artifacts, properties, and instruments. And the Merlin claim? Harry asked, because the letter had mentioned it and he wasn't going to leave any thread unpooled. Ragnok sat back down. For the first time, something moved across his face that wasn't quite professional reserve. The Merlin claim, he said, is more complicated. The line of descent is long and has passed through several non-magical branches over the centuries, which dilutes the legal standing considerably. However, he reached into the old ledger and produced a separate, folded document, much older than anything else on the table, the paper stiff and slightly translucent with age. Gringotts filed a Merlin lineage assessment when the Peverell claim was identified. The assessment found a clear, unbroken magical line of descent through the Peverell family and, through the Peverell family, back to the founding period. Whether that constitutes a full legal claim on whatever remains of the Merlin estate is a question that would require a full Wysengomot lineage hearing. A pause. However, even a partial claim, recognized in principle, would designate you as a lord of first founding under the old Wysengomot charter, which carries certain rights. What rights? Harry asked. The right to speak before the full Wysengomot without being called upon, Ironforge said quietly. The right to challenge any ministry action in the full chamber. The right to invoke the ancient codes in any legal proceeding. And, under the Goblin Financial Compact of 1397, the right to financial legal standing equivalent to that of a sovereign entity. The room was very quiet. Harry thought about Dumbledore's face. The way it always arranged itself into that particular expression, warm, wise, slightly pained, the expression of a man who had seen so much and understood more and was always managing you toward the outcome he'd already decided on. He thought about the Sorting Hat's whisper, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." He thought about Hermione in first year saying "I hope you're in Gryffindor," and about a tall, white-bearded man who had placed a baby in a basket on a doorstep and walked away. He thought about a cupboard under the stairs. "I want to access the Peverell vaults today," Harry said. "I want to begin the formal audit of all combined accounts and I want a full inventory of everything that's been removed or redirected. I want copies of every document in this room. And I want Gringotts to formally register me as Lord of House Potter-Black-Peverell under whatever ceremony that requires." Ironforge made a note. His quill moved quickly. The vault access can be arranged immediately. The formal audit will take 2 to 4 weeks. Copies of documents will be ready within the hour. The house registry, he looked at Ragnok. "Can be done today," Ragnok said. "If you are willing to undergo the bloodline confirmation ritual." "What does that involve?" "A small amount of blood. A great deal of confirmation." Harry held out his hand, palm up. "Then let's do it." The bloodline ritual happened in a room 2 floors beneath the main meeting room, down a set of steps carved directly into the bedrock of London. The room itself was circular, the walls set with deep alcoves where small fires burned in iron cups, blue-white, very still, giving no smoke. In the center, a stone basin filled with clear water. Ironforge produced a small ritual knife, not a dramatic thing, barely 4 inches long, with a bone handle worn smooth. He explained, in his precise way, that Harry would need to press the blade across his palm, allow 3 drops of blood to fall into the basin, and speak his name in full. The water would respond in kind. Simple. Harry pressed the blade across his palm. The cut was thin and sharp, painless in the way that very clean cuts are painless for the first 2 seconds. He held his hand over the basin and watched 3 drops of blood fall into the clear water. The reaction was not subtle. The water didn't change color, it lit up, from within, like someone had dropped a lantern into it. Not one color but several, layering over each other, gold first, then a deep, arterial crimson, then something that Harry had no name for, a shade between silver and violet that he'd never seen in anything natural. The light rose up out of the basin in a column that touched the ceiling and dispersed into the room like smoke made of brightness. And from somewhere in the walls, deep and resonant, something that was not quite sound and not quite feeling moved through the stone of the room and through Harry's feet and up his spine. Ironforge was writing very quickly. Ragnok, standing at Harry's left, had gone entirely still, which was itself a kind of reaction. "Your name," Ironforge said, without looking up. "Speak it in full." "Harry James Potter," Harry said. Then, because something in the room seemed to pull the words forward, he added, son of James Fleamont Potter. Heir of House Black. Heir of House Peverell. A pause, and the last part came out not from memory but from some deeper certainty that he couldn't explain, of the line of Merlin Emery's. The light in the basin flared once, brilliant and white, and went out. The room was ordinary again. Stone, fire cups, water. Except that the water in the basin had gone from clear to a deep gold that didn't fade. Ironforge stopped writing. He looked up. For a moment his composure gave way to something Harry recognized, the expression of a professional who has spent their career preparing for a possibility they didn't fully expect to actually happen. "Well," Ragnok said, very quietly. "That confirms it." "Confirms what, exactly?" Harry asked. "All 4 lines," Ironforge said. "The Peverell inheritance triggered, as expected. The Black inheritance, which we already had on record. The Potter inheritance." He set down his quill. "And the 4th resonance, which we had considered a theoretical possibility, Merlin," Harry said. "Yes." Ironforge looked at the golden water. "The Merlin resonance. Partial but real. Enough for legal standing." He closed his notebook. "Mr. Potter, you are, as of this moment, formally registered with Gringotts Bank as Lord Harry James Potter-Black-Peverell, claimant of the first founding line. The relevant Wisengamot bodies will be notified within 24 hours per the compact." "And Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "When does he find out?" "When we file the formal fraud complaint," Ragnok said. "Which will happen after we complete the documentation." He looked at Harry with those iron-gray eyes that had seen centuries of human and goblin history. "He will know within the week." Harry nodded. "Good." He looked at the gold water in the basin, his blood transformed, his heritage literally illuminated. "I want to see the vaults before I go." The descent was long and fast, the cart hurtling through the underground dark with a familiar stomach lurch that Harry had felt before on a much simpler trip to a much simpler vault. But this time Ironforge sat across from him and the cart didn't stop at Vault 687, where Harry's birthday gold had always sat in that comfortable modest pile. It went deeper and then deeper still, past the cold levels and into somewhere warmer, where the rock itself seemed to press in with a different kind of weight. The Potter vault was on the same level as the family vaults of the Sacred 28, not enormous, but solid, built for a family that had been prosperous and careful for 300 years. What remained in it after 16 years of Dumbledore's attentions was still substantial. Harry stood at the entrance and looked at the stacked gold and the chests and the shelves of documents and family objects, and he did the mental arithmetic of what should have been there against what was, and he felt something in his chest that was too focused and specific to be called sadness. The Black Vault was larger. The contents were more chaotic, generations of a family that had collected dark objects and also very valuable non-dark objects and had apparently seen no reason to sort them. Harry walked the length of it and didn't touch anything without asking Ironforge to identify it first. The Peverell vault was the last and the deepest. The door was stone, not metal, carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize and didn't need to. They lit up green when he pressed his palm to the surface and the stone swung inward on no visible mechanism. He'd expected gold. There was gold, more than he could easily take in at a glance, stacked in the ancient loose way of very old wealth, not counted and neatly arranged but simply accumulated, the way water fills a basin. But the gold wasn't what stopped him in the doorway. Along the left wall, on stone shelves, a row of objects. A wand without a case, white as bone, lying on a plain cloth. A ring with a cracked stone. A folded, shimmering fabric that seemed to gather the torch shadow around it rather than reflect light. Harry stood very still. "The Deathly Hallows," he said. "Not a question." Ironforge stood at his shoulder. "The Peverell family's primary artifacts, yes. The Elder Wand was redeposited here 3 years ago under circumstances the bank is not permitted to discuss. The Resurrection Stone has been held in this vault since 1823. The Cloak of Invisibility was withdrawn from the Potter Vault in 1981 by Dumbledore," Harry said. Yes. It was returned to us 8 months ago when the audit review began. Ironforge's voice was measured. We confiscated it. Harry walked to the stone shelf. He looked at the 3 objects. He didn't touch them, not yet. There was something about the quality of the air near them that suggested touching was a decision to make deliberately. They're mine, he said. They are the property of the heir of House Peverell, Ironforge agreed. Which, as of this morning, is registered as you. Harry looked at the cloak. His cloak. His father's cloak. The cloak that Dumbledore had taken from James Potter's body and kept in his office for a year before returning it to Harry as if it was a gift he was bestowing. The anger was there, but he didn't let it run. He'd felt real anger before, the white-hot kind that made him shout and break things, the kind that 5th year had been built out of. This was different. This was the kind of anger that had already figured out what to do next and was just waiting for the moment to do it. He picked up the cloak and folded it over his arm. I'm taking this one, he said. The others should stay in the vault for now. Wise, said Ragnok, from the vault doorway. Back in the meeting room, with copies of every document filed neatly in a leather case that Ironforge had labeled with the Gringotts seal, Harry sat and let the full day settle into place around him. I need to contact 2 people, he said. My godfather, Sirius Black, and my friend Hermione Granger. I need them both here, or somewhere safe, within the next 48 hours. We can arrange a secure communication, Ironforge said. Gringotts maintains private messaging channels that are not monitored by the Ministry. Do that. Harry paused. I also need to know, is there anything Dumbledore can do to interfere? Legally. If he finds out I've been here. Ragnok smiled. It was a small smile and it did not warm his face particularly, but there was something genuine in it. Mr. Potter, Albus Dumbledore's self-granted guardianship instrument became void the moment you turned 16, regardless of this audit. That is simply the law, guardianship of a minor lapses at majority. He no longer has any legal standing over your accounts, your estate, or your person. He paused. He has not had legal standing over your accounts since midnight last night. Every action he takes from this morning forward with regard to your estate is, unambiguously, theft. Has he taken any action this morning? Ironforge checked a note. Our monitoring flagged an attempted access on the Potter account at 7:43 this morning. The access was denied. The attempted access has been logged. Harry almost smiled. He tried to get into my vault this morning. 43 minutes after your birthday, yes. Ironforge's voice was completely neutral. The access attempt has been preserved as evidence. Harry stood up and picked up the leather case and the folded cloak. He looked around the room, the documents, the ledgers, the methodical architecture of everything that had been done to him for 16 years laid out on a dark table in a room beneath London. Thank you, he said to Ragnok. I mean that. Ragnok inclined his head with the gravity of someone who understood the difference between being thanked for doing their job and being thanked for doing something that mattered. Gringotts has its own interests in seeing this resolved, he said honestly. But I think yours and ours align well enough. I think they do, Harry said. He walked out of the room with the leather case under one arm and his mother's cloak folded over the other, back up through the torchlit corridor, through the early morning quiet of the bank, and out through the great bronze doors into the sharp bright air of Diagon Alley. He stood on the steps and felt London around him, the noise of it, the size of it, the ordinary furious indifference of a city that had no idea what was happening beneath its streets. He thought about the last 16 years. The cupboard and the burnt toast and the oversized clothes. The years of being told he was nothing, had nothing, came from nothing. He thought about a white-bearded man placing a baby in a basket and walking away, and about 15 counter-signatures in a neat column down the right-hand margin of a forged document. He thought about what was coming. He opened the leather case, checked that everything was in order, and closed it again. Then Harry Potter walked down the steps of Gringotts and into the morning, and he did not look like a boy who had just discovered he'd been robbed. He looked like a man who had just decided what to do about it. Chapter 2, The Weight of Gold and Bone. The letter to Sirius went out through Gringotts' private channel at 11:30, carried not by Owl but by a small, grey-uniformed goblin courier who Ironforge assured Harry was faster than any bird and considerably more discreet. The letter to Hermione went the same way. Both letters said the same thing in different language: I need you. Somewhere safe. Don't tell anyone where you're going. To Sirius he added, don't do anything when you read this. Wait for me. He added that because he knew Sirius. Then he did something that surprised even himself: he went shopping. Not frivolously. He walked into Madame Malkin's and bought 6 sets of properly fitted robes, which he'd never had, because every set of wizarding clothes he'd ever owned had either been Dudley's hand-me-downs transfigured at school or emergency purchases made in a rush before term. The assistant, a different woman from the one who'd measured him years ago, took one look at his current robes, which had been let out at the seams twice, and made a sound that was mostly professional horror. Harry let her take his measurements without rushing her. While she worked he thought about the Peverell vault and the objects on the stone shelf. The cloak was in the Gringotts secure storage right now, along with the case of documents. He'd left them there because taking them back to Privet Drive felt wrong, like bringing evidence to a crime scene. But he'd touched the cloak before he left it, had run his hands over the fabric and felt that same faint pulse he'd felt from the letter seal, that sense of recognition running both ways, the cloak knowing its owner. He paid for the robes and galleons from the moderate sum Ironforge had transferred to a new personal account, separate from all the estate accounts, small and clean and belonging only to Harry. Then he went to Flourish and Blots and bought 8 books on wizarding inheritance law, 3 on the Wisengamot's ancient charter, and 1 on the history of the Goblin Financial Compact of 1397 that was so dry and dense the bookseller looked at him as though he'd asked for something mildly concerning. By 2 in the afternoon he was sitting in the leaky cauldron with a butterbeer he wasn't drinking, reading the Inheritance Law Index, when Tom the barman put his head around the corner and said, carefully, there's a large dog out back, Mr. Potter. Came through the alley gate about 10 minutes ago. Just sitting there. Harry closed his book. Sirius Black was sitting in the back courtyard in his animagus form, which was either because he was being cautious or because he'd read the letter and transformed on instinct and run all the way here from wherever he'd been staying. Given that it had been less than 3 hours since the letter was sent, Harry suspected the latter. He transformed the moment Harry came through the back door, one moment a large, shaggy dog, the next a tall man in slightly too large muggle clothes who looked like he'd been in the middle of something when the letter arrived. He still had a half-eaten apple in his hand. Harry, he said, and then stopped, because Harry could see him reading the expression on Harry's face and not quite finding the category to put it in. He'd been expecting fear, maybe, or that particular look of someone who needed rescuing. What he found instead was something else, and it took him a moment to land on it. You're angry, Sirius said. I'm past angry, Harry said. I'm strategic. Sirius looked at the apple in his hand as if surprised to find it there, then took an automatic bite. The letter said don't do anything. Whatever you're about to tell me is going to make me want to do something. Yes, Harry said honestly. So let's go inside and I'll tell you everything, and then we'll figure out what the right thing to do is. Together. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Something passed across his face, something that was partly pride and partly grief and was entirely recognizable as the expression of a man seeing his best friend's son standing in a posture that reminded him painfully of James Potter. Inside, he agreed. But I want a real drink. Harry told him everything. He did it methodically, the way Ironforge had laid out the documents, beginning at the beginning, following the timeline, not editorializing until the facts were all on the table. He started with the notification that morning, the port key, the meeting room. He described the guardianship instrument. He described the 15 renewals. He laid out the categories of withdrawals, ministry payments, order funding, personal account transfers. Sirius listened. He held his glass of fire whiskey and didn't touch it and listened. When Harry got to the personal account figure, 8 million, 400,000 galleons, directly into Dumbledore's name. Sirius put the glass down. Say that number again, he said. 8.4 million, Harry said. That's just the direct personal account. Total redirected from the estate is north of 60 million when you include the investment returns and asset value. Sirius was very still. The kind of stillness that Harry recognized from Defense Against the Dark Arts, the quality of absolute physical restraint that preceded something explosive. His hands were flat on the table, very deliberate. Sirius, Harry said. I'm fine. You're not. That's okay. I wasn't either. I spent 12 years in Azkaban, Sirius said, in a voice that was low and precise and careful in the way of something that might stop being careful at any moment, and the whole time I was there I kept thinking there was a war on, there were reasons, people were doing what they had to. And while I was in that cell, he was writing his name on your vault, Sirius. Harry kept his voice level. I know. But going after him right now is not what wins this. Ragnok has a legal case that will take Dumbledore apart piece by piece in front of the Wizengamot. If you go after him physically, who said anything about physically? Your left hand has been a fist since I said personal account. Sirius looked down at his hand. He opened it deliberately. I'm listening, he said. I'm angry and I'm listening. Those two things can exist simultaneously. They can, Harry agreed. And honestly, I need the anger. I just need it pointed in the right direction. Sirius picked up his glass. Drank. Set it down. What do you need from me? To start, I need somewhere to stay that isn't Privet Drive and isn't anywhere Dumbledore thinks to look first. I need to not be somewhere he can access me while the case is being built. Grimmauld Place is compromised, Sirius said immediately. He has the Fidelius on it. I know. But you're the secret keeper. Can you revoke his access? A pause. Yes, actually. I can. It's my house. I can rebind the Fidelius to exclude specific parties. He frowned. I've never done it, but the magic allows for it. Then do that, Harry said. Can we go there tonight? We can go there in an hour, Sirius said. He was already sitting differently, less coiled. Purpose did that. Having a direction to move in always helped. Harry had noticed that about himself too. What else? Hermione's coming. I need her legal brain. Harry hesitated. And I need to tell you about the inheritance. The 60 million isn't everything. No, Harry said. Sirius, did you know about the Peverell vaults? Sirius blinked. They're a family legend. There's a vault, supposedly, but no one's accessed it since, not in living memory. My mother mentioned it once. Said the Blacks had a claim through the Peverell line. He paused. Why? Because I had the bloodline confirmation ritual this morning, Harry said. And all 4 lines triggered. Silence. 4, Sirius said. Potter. Black. Peverell. Harry watched his godfather's face. And one more. Sirius stared at him for a long, long moment. Harry, he said slowly. What exactly did the basin light up like? Ironforge described it as, Harry checked his memory, the strongest 4-line resonance he'd ever recorded in his 30 years of practice. Sirius sat back. He looked like a man reassessing every assumption he'd made before entering the room. The Merlin claim, he said quietly. My mother used to mention that too, but she said it like a story. Something the family said but didn't actually believe. Gringotts believes it, Harry said. Enough to file the legal standing claim. Which means Lord of First Founding, under the old Wizengamot Charter. Which means speaking rights in the full chamber, challenge rights, and financial sovereign standing under the Goblin Compact. Sirius was quiet for a while. Outside, the Diagon Alley afternoon moved past the leaky cauldron's grimy windows, witches and wizards going about their business, none of them knowing that the landscape was shifting in a room they couldn't see. James would have lost his mind, Sirius said finally. It came out rough. He would have walked back into Hogwarts and told Dumbledore to his face, that same day. No strategy, no planning. Just walked in and, he stopped. Swallowed. You're more patient than he was. I'm not patient, Harry said. I've had 16 years of things being done to me. I want to be the one doing things, for once. And I want to do them right. Sirius looked at him for a long time. I was a bad guardian, he said. I know I was. The last 2 years, I should have found a way to be more present. You were in hiding after escaping wrongful imprisonment, Harry said flatly. That's not the same as making a choice. Sirius. Harry met his eyes. You couldn't have fixed what Dumbledore did. That started before you were in Azkaban. None of it is your fault. A pause. What is on you, going forward, is choosing what we do next. Sirius was quiet for a moment, and then he did something Harry hadn't quite expected, he laughed. Not bitterly, not sadly. Just a short, real laugh that broke the tension in the room like a thrown window. James, he said, shaking his head. You are so much like James it is alarming. He stood up and dropped some coins on the table. Come on then. Let's go rebind a Fidelius and commit to something that's going to make Albus Dumbledore's next few weeks extremely uncomfortable. That's the plan, Harry said, and followed him out. Hermione arrived at Grimmauld Place at 7 that evening, which given she'd been at her parents' house in Surrey was fast enough that she'd probably operate the moment she got the letter and asked permission from her parents as a formality on the way out the door. She appeared in the front hallway with her beaded bag over one shoulder and her expression already doing 3 things at once, relieved to see Harry, cataloguing the state of the house, and processing whatever she'd read in the letter that had made her pack in a hurry. Harry, she said, and pulled him into a hug that was fiercer than he expected. I've been worried since the end of last year, she said into his shoulder. Sirius not dying, Voldemort coming back publicly, and then Dumbledore just, managing everything, the way he always manages everything, and you never questioning it, and I could see it but I couldn't, she let go and looked at him. Her eyes were very bright. Are you all right? I'm genuinely fine, Harry said. I mean that. I'm the best I've been in a while. She looked at him more carefully. Read whatever was in his face. Nodded. Tell me everything. He told her, again, from the beginning. This time with the documents, he'd retrieved the leather case from Gringotts that afternoon, and now he laid the copies out on the kitchen table while Hermione sat with a cup of tea going cold in front of her and read. Sirius sat at the far end of the table sharpening a knife for no particular reason, which was how he kept his hands busy when he was trying not to combust. Hermione read fast and she read carefully. When she reached the personal account figures, she didn't make a sound, but her hand tightened on the page. When she reached the section on the guardianship instrument renewals, she stood up without saying anything and walked to the kitchen window and stood there for a moment with her back to the room. Hermione, Harry said. I'm fine. Her voice was steady. It was the kind of steady that was work. I'm trying not to. I spent 4 years thinking he was the most brilliant man I'd ever met. I defended him when people questioned him. She turned around. Her face was controlled, but her jaw was set in a way Harry had never seen before. I helped him. By proxy. By believing in the system that protected him. You didn't know, Harry said. I should have asked more questions, she said. That's what I do. I ask questions. And when it came to Dumbledore, I stopped asking. She sat back down. I'm not going to do that again. Sirius set the knife down. She's going to be very useful, he said to Harry, as if Hermione wasn't in the room. She's going to be essential, Harry corrected, also to Sirius, because Hermione seemed to need a moment and this was sometimes the fastest way to snap her out of it. It worked. She looked between them. Stop talking about me like I'm a resource. We're talking about you like you're a general, Harry said. Different thing. The set of her jaw shifted slightly. She picked up the next document. What's the legal mechanism Gringotts is using? The Goblin Financial Compact of 1397, Harry said. The fraud complaint supersedes ministry jurisdiction on financial crimes against registered vault holders. So the ministry can't bury it, she said. That's the idea. She flipped to the inventory section. And the estate itself, the full value, across all the vaults. Harry told her. He watched her do the arithmetic in her head in real time. He could see the moment she arrived at the total, her eyes widened fractionally, and then she got them back under control. That's not just wealthy, she said. That's, Harry, at those numbers you could fund a war. I know, Harry said. Dumbledore knew too. I think that's partly why he kept the estate controlled. A Harry Potter with full access to Potter-Black-Peverell resources at 11 years old wouldn't be manageable. He wanted you manageable, Sirius said. The word came out flat and hard. He wanted me functional, Harry said. Specifically functional for the purpose he'd already decided I was for. He paused. I've been thinking about this all day. And I don't think he did this because he's straightforwardly evil. I think he did it because he made a calculation, that a Harry Potter who knew his own worth, his own power, his own options, would be harder to point at Voldemort and harder to keep pointed there. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That's actually the most frightening version, she said. I know. Because it means he thought about it. Planned it. Decided that stripping you of your resources and your family information and your legal rights was necessary for the greater good. Greater good, Sirius said, and his voice had a cold edge that could have cut glass. Where have I heard that before? Grindelwald had used it as a slogan. Harry hadn't missed the echo. He didn't think Sirius had either, and he didn't think either of them believed Dumbledore was Grindelwald, but the phrase sat in the room with them like a stone in still water, sending its rings outward. Neville, Hermione said suddenly. Harry looked at her. What? Neville. I've been thinking about it since you mentioned the order funding, those advisory withdrawal payments. She was pulling at a thread now, the look on her face that meant she'd connected something. His parents' accounts. The Longbottom estate has been under a complex guardianship situation since Frank and Alice were incapacitated. Augusta Longbottom manages most of it, but she's always deferred heavily to Dumbledore on major decisions. And there were comments Neville made last year, offhand, but I remember them now, about not understanding why the Longbottom estate wasn't able to fund a decent private healer for his parents at St. Mungo's. The room was very quiet. If he did it to me, Harry said slowly, he might have done a version of it to Neville. The prophecy mentioned either of us, Hermione said. Before Voldemort chose you, Neville was equally likely. Dumbledore would have had reason to manage both. Harry thought about Neville. Neville who'd been told for years he was a poor wizard, magically inferior, an embarrassment to his family. Neville who'd bloomed in DA meetings into someone capable and genuinely powerful, as if he just needed someone to stop treating him like a liability. Neville who'd grown up without his parents, under a grandmother who loved him but who'd deferred to Dumbledore on every major decision for 15 years. We need to contact Neville, Harry said. But carefully. Not through the Order's channels, not through anything Dumbledore has access to. Gringotts courier? Sirius offered. Yes. Tomorrow morning. Harry looked at Hermione. What else are you seeing? She turned back to the documents and kept reading. This was how she processed things, by moving into the work. Harry let her. Sirius refilled his glass. The house settled around them, the old black family portraits muttering behind their frames in the way they always did, but quieter than usual, as if even the painted ancestors understood something significant was happening in their kitchen. An hour later, Hermione looked up from the last page and said, "The Hogwarts Educational Endowment." "What about it?" Harry asked. "There's a disbursement here, 3 years ago, 12,000 galleons, described as a contribution to the Hogwarts Educational General Fund from the Potter estate. Authorized by Dumbledore." She turned the page around to face Harry. "Harry, Dumbledore is headmaster of Hogwarts. He authorized a payment from your estate to an institution he controls." "That's not a donation," Sirius said flatly. "That's embezzlement with extra steps." "It's also interesting from a strategic perspective," Hermione said, and now the analytical mode had fully taken over, which was always something to behold. Hermione Granger with a case in her hands moved like water finding the downhill path, inevitable and fast. Because the Hogwarts Board of Governors is separate from Dumbledore's authority. If the Board of Governors doesn't know that funds from a student's private estate were deposited into their general fund, then they are an unknowing party, and the Goblin Compact clause on third-party contamination would mean we could compel the board to open their books. "Could that remove Dumbledore from the headmastership?" Harry asked. "Not directly. But it gives us leverage. And it means when the Wizengamot case begins, there isn't a single institution Dumbledore controls that doesn't have a thread attached to it." She met Harry's eyes. "We don't just take the money back. We pull every thread." Harry looked at her and felt something that wasn't quite gratitude and wasn't quite relief, it was the specific feeling of having the right person next to you. "That's exactly right," he said. "I do occasionally have good ideas," she said, picking up her cold tea. "You have good ideas constantly," Harry said. "I've been building plans around them for 5 years. You could tell me that more often," she said mildly. Noted. They worked until midnight, the three of them, mapping what they knew onto a large piece of parchment that Hermione had conjured and pinned to the kitchen wall. In the center was the number, 60 million galleons, growing as the audit continued. Around it, branches, the ministry payments, the order fund, the personal account, the Hogwarts endowment, the classified will, the forged guardianship. Around those, names, officials, recipients, institutions. Harry stood back and looked at it and thought about the architecture of it. 16 years. Layer by layer, carefully constructed, each piece depending on the others. It was, he had to acknowledge, impressive in the worst possible way. Dumbledore had built a system that protected itself, every recipient of the money had an incentive to be incurious about its source, every institution had a reason to trust the headmaster's guardianship, every oversight mechanism had been either bypassed or co-opted. But the thing about systems built on hidden foundations was that once you found the foundations, the whole structure was exposed. And Harry had spent the day doing nothing but finding foundations. "There's one more thing," Harry said. He'd been waiting for the right moment to say it. "The vaults." Hermione turned from the wall. "What about them?" "The Peverell vault." He paused. "There were objects in it. On a stone shelf." He watched Hermione's expression move through several stages in rapid succession, curiosity, then calculation, then a dawning look of something that was almost disbelief. "The Hallows," she said. "All 3 of them," Harry said. "In the vault." "The Resurrection Stone," she said. "Harry, the stone Dumbledore had, the one in the ring, the one you told me he'd found last year, it's there. In the vault. Cracked, like the story says, but there." Harry paused. "The Elder Wand was redeposited 3 years ago under circumstances Ironforge said the bank couldn't discuss." 3 years ago, Hermione said. "That's when Dumbledore first started showing signs of, when his hand began," "Yes," Harry said. The silence was a different quality now. "The Elder Wand in a vault. The Resurrection Stone, cracked, on a stone shelf." And over Harry's arm, folded soft and silver grey, his cloak, his father's cloak, returned by Gringotts from wherever Dumbledore had kept it. "He had all 3 of them," Hermione said quietly. At some point, he had all three. And whatever happened when he tried to use the stone, Sirius said, from his chair, gave him the cursed hand. That's what Snape's been treating. Voldemort had Horcruxes, Harry said. Dumbledore had Hallows. They both decided the path to power ran through death, they just chose opposite roads. He set the cloak down on the table. And somewhere in between, I got left in a cupboard. The candles on the kitchen table flickered. Somewhere upstairs, the house shifted and groaned. Creature was making sounds in the walls, the old elf moving through the house in the dark hours, as he apparently always did. What do you want to do with the stone and the wand? Hermione asked. Long term, I mean. Leave them where they are for now, Harry said. They're safe in the vault and I don't need them. He picked up the cloak. This one I'm keeping. It was always mine. He ran his thumb over the fabric. It moved in a way that wasn't quite liquid and wasn't quite cloth, falling over his hand like water finding its level. Tomorrow, he said, we send the letter to Neville. We start reviewing the Hogwarts endowment angle. And Sirius, I need you to connect with Remus, quietly. I want to know who in the Order is really there because they chose to be, and who's there because Dumbledore manages their circumstances the same way he managed mine. Sirius's expression was complicated. You think there are others? I think Dumbledore is very good at finding people who are isolated, or indebted, or frightened, or whose resources he controls in some fashion, Harry said. And then being the person who offers them a purpose. A pause. That's actually a generous reading of what he does. It still means he's built an army of people who are loyal to him specifically rather than to any cause, and those aren't the same thing. Hermione was looking at him the way she sometimes did, assessing, recalibrating. Harry, she said. You've changed since this morning. I've had information since this morning, he said. Turns out information does that. No, she said. It's not just the information. You're different. She searched for the word. Settled. Like something that was always true just became visible. Harry thought about the basin in the circular room below Gringotts. The light, layered gold and crimson and silver violet. The way the room had moved around him when he spoke his name. Maybe it did, he said. He picked up the cloak and pulled it over his shoulders. It fell around him and he disappeared below the neck, the same as it had always been, the same concealment his father had used and his grandfather and generations of Peverells before that. But it felt different now. Not like hiding. Like armor. He pulled it off again, folded it, set it on his chair. Get some sleep, he said. Both of you. We've got a lot of work tomorrow. He sat alone in the kitchen for an hour after Sirius and Hermione went upstairs. Not thinking, exactly, processing. The way you digest something that's too big to take in all at once. He thought about Dumbledore. Not with hatred, which surprised him slightly. More with the specific sadness of finding out that someone you trusted was never quite what they appeared, not a villain in disguise, but a person who had made choices, one after another, and justified each one with the previous, and built something monstrous out of pieces that were individually almost reasonable. He thought about the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. He'd known it for a year and he'd been carrying it the way you carry a sentence handed to you without appeal. But wealth and legal standing and ancient heritage didn't change the prophecy. Voldemort was still out there. Still coming. What the information changed was how Harry walked toward that confrontation. Not stripped bare, not managed, not dependent on Dumbledore's version of events and Dumbledore's resources and Dumbledore's plan. But fully himself. Lord Potter-Black-Peverell. Heir of 4 lines. With 60 million pounds of theft documented and filed and ready to be opened in front of the Wizengamot. With Hermione on his left and Sirius on his right. With Ragnok's methodical goblin fury driving the legal case forward. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the document he'd kept separate from the main case, not a Gringotts document, but something Ironforge had found in the Potter vault, tucked behind a stack of investment ledgers, apparently overlooked because it was small and unimpressive and hadn't been keyed to the guardianship access. A letter. In his mother's handwriting. To Harry, if you read this before you're told, before anyone tells you, there are things your father and I decided you should know. About the Peverells. About what the bloodline carries. Not just the vaults. The magic itself. What it means to be descended from the brothers who cheated death. You will feel it eventually. A kind of depth to things. A sense that the world is older than other people experience it. That's real. That's you. Don't let anyone make you small. We love you. We are always, in some form, with you. Lily. Harry read it 3 times. He didn't cry, he was past the kind of grief that came with tears, had moved through that grief into something quieter and more permanent. He folded the letter carefully and put it in his inside pocket, against his chest. Then he put out the kitchen candles and went to bed. Tomorrow there was work to do. Tomorrow Neville Longbottom would get a letter that might change his year. Tomorrow the threads would start pulling. Albus Dumbledore had 16 years of head start. Harry intended to close that gap quickly. Chapter 3, The Architecture of Theft. Neville Longbottom arrived at Grimmauld Place at 10 the next morning looking like a man who dressed in a hurry and then spent the journey telling himself to calm down. He came through the front door. Sirius had added him to the Fidelius the night before, via a letter that had arrived at Longbottom Manor before breakfast, with his jaw set and his shoulders forward and an expression that Harry recognized because he'd seen it in mirrors. Someone had told him something he hadn't wanted to hear. Gran opened the letter first, Neville said, by way of explanation, before Harry could say anything. She gets to all my mail before I do. She read it, gave it to me without a word, and then went and stood in the garden for 20 minutes. He paused in the hallway. She came back inside and told me to go. Said she needed to make some flu calls. What did the letter say? Harry asked. That there were financial irregularities in the Longbottom estate accounts that Gringotts believed I should know about. He stopped. And that you were involved. That you'd found something. He looked at Harry directly. How bad is it? Come into the kitchen, Harry said. They sat around the table, Harry, Hermione, Sirius, Neville, and Harry laid out the situation in the same methodical order he'd used the day before. Documents on the table. Numbers out loud. No softening. Neville listened the way he'd learned to listen in DA meetings, with complete focus, as if his life might depend on retaining everything. When Harry reached the section about the Longbottom estate, the advisory withdrawal payments, the order-affiliated disbursements, the pattern that mirrored the Potter accounts in scaled-down form, Neville's face went very still. How much? He asked. Hermione turned to the relevant page. Gringotts' preliminary review indicates approximately 4 million galleons across the same 16-year period. The audit is still running. 4 million galleons, Neville said. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. His hands were flat on the table. Then he said, very carefully, my parents have been at St. Mungo's for 15 years. Gran asked Dumbledore twice about private healer consultations, specialists who work with long-term cruciatus cases. Twice. And both times he told her the estate couldn't support the expense. A pause. The first time I was 6. The second time I was 9. He looked up. My parents might have had better care. For 15 years. The kitchen was completely silent. Even the house, which had never quite been quiet in Harry's experience, seemed to hold still. Neville, Harry said. I'm not going to fall apart, Neville said. It was steady. I'm angry and I'm going to be angry for a long time and that's fine. But falling apart isn't going to help my parents. He straightened in his chair. What do you need from me? Hermione exhaled quietly. Harry saw her reassessing Neville in real time, slotting him into a new category, and he felt a fierce sort of affection for both of them. "I need you to authorize Gringotts to run the full audit on the Longbottom accounts," Harry said. "The same way I authorized mine. It adds legal weight to the complaint, 2 separate estates, 2 separate victims, same authorizing party." "Done," Neville said. "What else?" "I need to know if Augusta Longbottom would testify," Hermione said. "At the Wisengamot hearing. A matriarch of a sacred 28 family, describing how Dumbledore convinced her to deny her grandson's estate's funding for medical care." She paused. "That's not just a financial crime. That's personal. The Wisengamot cares about family." Neville thought about it. "Gran is, she's complicated about Dumbledore. She's respected him her whole adult life. But she spent 20 minutes in the garden after reading that letter and she came back with a specific expression." He paused. "She'll testify. She'll be furious about it, but she'll testify." "Good," Harry said. Sirius, who'd been quiet through this, said, "For what it's worth, Neville, you were always going to find out." The question was when and from who. He glanced at Harry. "I'm glad it was us." Neville looked at him. There was a complicated beat. Sirius and Neville had a history mostly defined by Neville's healthy fear of Sirius's reputation, which hadn't entirely dissipated even after the truth of the Pettigrew situation had come out. But something shifted. "Yeah," Neville said. "So am I." By midday the kitchen table had become a war room. Hermione had transfigured a bookshelf into a standing document rack and was organizing the copies from the leather case into categories with the focused efficiency of someone who had been mentally preparing for a project like this her entire life without knowing it. Neville had sent his authorization to Gringotts via the Goblin courier and was now working through the Longbottom section of the documents with a red quill, annotating in his cramped, precise handwriting. Sirius had gone upstairs to send a carefully worded message to Remus through a channel that wasn't order-monitored, and Harry sat at the end of the table mapping the full network. The map had grown. It now covered 2 full sheets of parchment joined at one edge. In the center, the 60 million figure, still growing as the audit continued. Around it, the primary branches. Around those, secondary connections. Around those, a question mark layer of institutions and individuals who received Dumbledore's influence indirectly and probably didn't know the money behind it was stolen. Harry looked at the Ministry branch. Cornelius Fudge had received the equivalent of 40,000 galleons in what the records described as contributions to the Greater Hogwarts Awareness Campaign, a campaign Harry had never heard of, because it almost certainly didn't exist. Dolores Umbridge, 2 years ago, had been the recipient of a personal educational development grant of 15,000 galleons. Harry stared at that line for a while. "Hermione," he said. "Last year. When Umbridge came to Hogwarts as High Inquisitor." Hermione looked up from her sorting. "She was appointed by Fudge," Harry said. Fudge was in Dumbledore's pocket financially. Umbridge was also receiving payments from Dumbledore's redirected funds. So Fudge sends Umbridge to Hogwarts, where she tortures students, including me, and all of that is happening in a political ecosystem that Dumbledore was funding with my money." Hermione set down her quill. "That's not a coincidence," she said. That actually implies Dumbledore was managing multiple sides of the conflict. He was funding Fudge to create the political opposition to him, which he then positioned himself as the heroic alternative to. The room registered that in silence. "He manufactured the opposition," Harry said. "Not a question. Working it through. He funded Fudge's resistance, let it become something public and embarrassing, the campaign against Harry Potter, the denial of Voldemort's return, and then when it all collapsed, when the Ministry had to admit Voldemort was back, Dumbledore was standing there as the man who'd been right all along." "It's brilliant," Neville said, and then caught himself. "In a horrifying way." "In a completely horrifying way," Hermione agreed. "He gets to be the opposition hero without ever dirtying his hands with the actual political fight. Because he was funding both sides. And Umbridge's torture of students," Harry said flatly. Collateral, Hermione said. The word came out cold. In his calculus, collateral. She picked her quill back up and wrote something with very deliberate strokes. I want this specific connection in its own section of the brief. The fact that money from Harry's estate funded the political appointments that led directly to the educational decrees and the use of blood quills on Hogwarts students. She underlined something. That is not a financial crime. That's conspiracy to endanger minors. Can Gringotts bring that charge? Harry asked. No. But we can bring it to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement simultaneously with the compact filing. She paused. Or rather, we can present the evidence and let a journalist bring it. Because the DMLE is compromised, they answer to Fudge, who is compromised. But the press is also compromised, Harry said. Dumbledore's been paying the Prophet's editorial board. Not all of it, Hermione said. She was getting that look, the one that meant she'd already thought 3 moves ahead. Rita Skeeter. Sirius reappeared in the kitchen doorway. He stopped at the expression on Harry's face. What did I miss? We're talking about using Rita Skeeter, Neville said. Sirius stared. I've been gone 15 minutes. Sit down, Harry said. We've been busy. The Rita Skeeter discussion lasted 40 minutes and ended with Hermione writing a very careful letter that said almost nothing directly but implied a great deal, accompanied by one document from the audit records, not one of the major ones, but a smaller, specific payment record that would make a journalist's instincts ignite like dry paper. The letter went through Gringotts' courier with a note attached specifying that it be delivered to Skeeter's personal address, not her Prophet office, and with a guarantee of anonymity. She'll bite, Hermione said, sealing the envelope. She always bites when the story is good enough. And she hates Dumbledore. He made her look foolish after the Triwizard Tournament coverage and she's never forgiven him for it. I don't love using Skeeter, Harry admitted. She's not a journalist so much as a weapon with a quick quotes quill. We're not using her to be kind, Hermione said. We're using her because she has an audience, she has no loyalty to Dumbledore, and she will publish things that the Prophet's editorial board would normally kill. She paused. Also, she's still technically committing a crime every time she transforms into a beetle in public. I reminded her of this at the end of last term. In writing. Just to be safe. Sirius looked at Hermione with an expression approaching reverence. James would have loved you, he said. I'll take that as the high compliment I think it was, Hermione said. Remus arrived at 4 in the afternoon through the flue, stepping out of the fireplace with ash on his coat and the careful, measured look of a man who had been told to come urgently and had spent the journey preparing for any eventuality. He took in the kitchen, the document racks, the mapped parchment on the wall, the 4 of them around the table, and sat down without being asked. Sirius's message said it was important, he said. I could tell from the handwriting that it was more than important. Show me. Harry showed him. Remus read slower than Hermione and faster than Neville. He was the kind of reader who processed and retained simultaneously, his eyes moving through text with the economy of a man who'd spent decades in libraries. Halfway through the second document, he removed his reading glasses and cleaned them, a habit, Harry knew, that Remus used to buy himself a moment when something hit harder than he'd been expecting. He put them back on and kept reading. When he finished, he put everything back in order, aligned the edges of the pages, and looked at the table. The order, he said. Yes, Harry said. I've been in it since the beginning, Remus said. Both versions. The First War and now. He was quiet. I've asked fewer questions than I should have. About funding, about strategy, about why certain decisions were made. He paused. I accepted the answer that Dumbledore had information I wasn't privy to. That there were strategic considerations above my level. He built it that way, Harry said. Not harshly. Everyone in a different compartment. Everyone receiving just enough information to keep them functional and loyal. Nobody seeing the whole picture. Except him, Remus said. Except him. Remus looked up at Harry. In the low kitchen light, with the grey in his hair and the lines of an adult life lived largely under difficulty, he looked very tired. But the tiredness wasn't defeat, it was the kind that precedes a decision. I will help you in whatever way I can, he said. Completely. I want to be clear about that. He paused. But I need to say something first. Say it, Harry said. Some of the Order members, Molly, Arthur, most of them, don't know. They're not complicit. They're people who trusted Dumbledore the way I did, maybe more. When this breaks open, they're going to feel what I'm feeling right now, and it's going to be worse for some of them because they've built their entire lives around the Order and around the cause. He paused again. How you handle their reactions will matter. Not for the legal case. But for what comes after. Because Voldemort is still out there, and when this is over you're going to need those people. It was the most words Harry had ever heard Remus say in a single stretch about strategy. He found he was listening to all of them. I know, Harry said. I haven't forgotten about Voldemort. This isn't instead of that fight. It's what I need in order to have the resources and the freedom to actually win it. Remus nodded. He folded his hands on the table. Then what do you need me to do? The Order meeting schedule, Harry said. Dumbledore calls them. But can you tell me when the next one is without going through Dumbledore's notification system? Yes. It's in 4 days. Standard first of the month meeting. I need to know who will be there, Harry said. And I need to know, as best you can assess it, who in that room is there because they chose to be versus who is there because they depend on Dumbledore in some way. Remus thought. Most of them chose to be, he said. But the ones with financial dependencies, he reached over and pulled the document map toward him, scanning the names. Mundungus Fletcher, he said. He's been receiving what he calls consulting fees from an unnamed source for 2 years. I never questioned it. The Creevy's father, no, he's not Order. He frowned. Hestia Jones had a debt cleared last year. She mentioned it once, said a private benefactor had handled a property matter. He looked up. She doesn't know. No, Harry agreed. She doesn't know. But Dumbledore does, and that means she has an obligation to him that she hasn't interrogated. Hermione was writing names on a separate sheet. This is what I mean about institutional loyalty versus personal loyalty, she said. The people who are there because they chose the cause, they'll stay when this breaks. They might be angry, they might need time, but the cause doesn't change. The people who are there because they're managed, they're wild cards. Molly Weasley is not managed, Remus said. She'll react from pure feeling. Which could go either way. I know, Harry said. He thought about Molly, her enormous cooking and her enormous worry and the way she'd looked at him every year at King's Cross, the closest thing to a mother he'd had. This was going to hurt her. Not because she was complicit, but because she'd loved Dumbledore's version of events so completely, had made it the framework for her family's safety, and taking that framework apart was going to feel like an assault. I'll speak to her myself, Harry said. When the time comes. Not through documents. Face to face. Remus looked at him with the expression he'd been wearing all afternoon, that particular reassessment, the sense of recalibrating. You've thought about all of this. I've thought about very little else for 2 days, Harry said. By evening they had a working plan. Hermione summarized it on a single sheet of parchment, precise and organized, which she then read aloud at the table while Harry listened for gaps. The Gringotts audit would complete within 2 weeks. The formal fraud complaint under the Goblin Financial Compact would be filed the moment the audit closed, triggering automatic notification to the Wisengamot's Judicial Committee, not Fudge's ministry, not Dumbledore's channels, but the old court structure that existed independently of both. Under the compact, the complaint had to be heard within 30 days of filing. Simultaneously, the Rita Skeeter story, targeted, limited, provable, would break in whatever publication she could access, ideally the week before the Whisked hearing. Not everything, not yet. One thread. The guardianship instrument and its 16 years of renewals. Just enough to make the public aware that a question existed before Dumbledore's allies could organize a response. Augusta Longbottom would be approached formally by Ironforge as a second complainant's representative. Her testimony would be requested and preserved in writing before the hearing. Harry, under his formal designation as Lord Potter-Black-Peverell, would file a motion with the Whisked to lift the classification order on his parents' will. The motion was a right, under the first founding charter. It couldn't be denied. And Hogwarts, Harry was going back for 6th year, on schedule, as if nothing had changed. Because the best thing Dumbledore could do right now was decide that Harry was unaware of the audit, or at minimum unaware of its implications. Every day Harry walked through Hogwarts looking like a student rather than a legal opponent was a day Dumbledore didn't prepare a defense. He'll find out, Sirius said. He has too many sources not to. He'll find out about the audit, Harry said. We can't prevent that, Gringotts will notify him formally. But there's a difference between knowing the audit is happening and knowing the full extent of what we've built. He paused. He already tried to access my vault the morning of my birthday. He knows Gringotts is onto him. He'll be scrambling. What will he do? Neville asked. What he always does, Harry said. He'll try to have a conversation. He'll sit me down in his office and he'll explain everything in that particular way of his, the way that makes everything sound like wisdom, and he'll wait for me to trust him again. And when he does? Sirius asked. Harry looked at him steadily. I'll let him talk. Sirius absorbed this. You'll let him talk, he repeated. I want to hear his reasoning, Harry said. Not because it'll change anything. Because understanding how he justifies it tells me how he'll argue it in front of the Whisked. Every word he says to me in private is preparation. He paused. And because I genuinely want to know if he's going to apologize. The table was quiet. Will it matter? Hermione asked softly. If he does. Harry thought about his mother's letter, still in his inside pocket. Don't let anyone make you small. No, he said. But I want to know if he's capable of it. Sirius found him after dinner standing in the first-floor hallway in front of the portrait of Sirius's mother, which was mercifully covered by its curtain and therefore silent. Harry was reading, or pretending to, the book was open in his hands but he wasn't seeing it. You should know something, Sirius said, leaning against the wall beside him. Something I haven't said yet because there was always something more urgent to discuss. Harry closed the book. What? The night your parents died, Sirius said. I went to Godric's Hollow. I was the one who found you, that night, did you know that? No, Harry said quietly. I found James first. He said it without flinching, but the words cost him something. And then I found you in the rubble, in your crib. You weren't hurt. The curse had, you know what it did, what it left. He touched 2 fingers to the scar on his own forehead in a reflexive gesture. And I picked you up and I had you in my arms, and then Hagrid arrived. On Dumbledore's orders, with specific instructions to take you. And I let him. You let Hagrid take me, Harry said. I told myself it was right. That you'd be safer with family. That Dumbledore knew best. His voice was even but Harry heard the 16 years of regret packed into it. I had a motorcycle. I could have taken you myself. I was your godfather. James and Lily had named me. And I gave you to Hagrid because Dumbledore had sent him and because I was 21 and I thought, he stopped. I thought the old man knew things I didn't. He did, Harry said. Doesn't make it right. No, Harry agreed. But Sirius, you were 21, you just lost your best friends, and you were about to go after Peter. He turned to look at his godfather. And then you got 12 years in Azkaban for something you didn't do. You didn't fail me. The system failed both of us. I'll accept that, Sirius said. I won't be comfortable with it, but I'll accept it. He straightened. What I'm telling you, for what it's worth, is that it ends here. What you're doing, the audit, the legal case, all of it, I am not a passive bystander in this. I am your godfather, I am Lord Black, and I have standing in the Wizengamot in my own right. If Dumbledore appears before them, he appears before a chamber that includes me. I know, Harry said. I'm counting on it. Sirius looked at him with those grey eyes that were so much cleaner than they'd been when Harry first saw them in the Shrieking Shack 3 years ago, the hollowness of Azkaban still there, still visible, but something else there too. Something that hadn't been there when the Dementors were still in him. You know what James would have called all of this? Sirius said. What? He'd have called it a prank. He smiled, a real one, slightly broken at the edges, but real. The longest, most legally sophisticated prank in wizarding history. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He almost laughed. That's going on the documents, he said. Official title of the case. Potter vs. Dumbledore, the longest prank. Sirius straightened his coat. Ironforge would love it. Ironforge would hate it, Harry said. Which means I'm absolutely using it. The next morning, Harry did something that surprised all of them. He went back to Gringotts alone. Not for the audit, that was still in progress. Not for the documents, Hermione had those covered. He went back for the vault, and specifically for the Peverell vault, because his mother's letter had said not just the vaults, the magic itself, and he'd been carrying that sentence for 2 days without acting on it, which was 1 day longer than he should have waited. Ironforge met him at the door without apparent surprise, as if he'd expected this. The Peverell vault, Harry said. My mother wrote something before she died. About the bloodline. About what it carries, magically. She wasn't talking about money. No, Ironforge agreed. She was not. He led Harry back through the corridor, back into the cart, back down through the cold levels and the warm ones. There are items in the Peverell vault that are not catalogued in the financial inventory. Objects of magical rather than monetary value. We have preserved them untouched since the vault's last access in 1749. He paused. Your bloodline confirmation yesterday means they will respond to you. You knew about them before yesterday, Harry said. It wasn't an accusation. We suspected, Ironforge said. Suspicion and legal certainty are different. The vault opened as it had before, the stone swinging on no visible mechanism, his palm pressed flat to the carved symbols. Harry walked past the gold and past the stone shelf with the wand and the stone and went to the back of the vault, where Ironforge raised a torch and cast light into the far corners. There was a book. Not a dramatic thing, no glowing cover, no supernatural aura. A bound volume, handwritten, covers of worked leather gone dark with centuries. On the cover, in a script that Harry didn't immediately recognize but somehow parsed, of the Potter magic and its right use. Except it wasn't quite English, and it wasn't quite anything else. It was something that his brain interpreted as meaning before it resolved into words. He picked it up. It was warm. He opened the first page and looked at the handwriting and understood it the way he'd understood the carved symbols on the vault door, not because he'd learned it but because some part of him already knew it, the way you know your own name. If you are reading this you have survived what came before, the first line said. That means the bloodline held. That means you are ready. Harry stood in the old vault with the book in his hands and the gold at his feet and the bone-white elder wand on its shelf and felt, not power, exactly. Not strength. Something more like orientation. Like a compass needle settling. He'd been walking toward things his entire life, moving on instinct and luck and other people's plans. Now he knew which way was north. He took the book, tucked it under his arm alongside the leather case, and walked back through the vault to where Ironforge waited at the door. I'll need a day to read this, Harry said. Take whatever time you need, Ironforge said. The audit will be complete in 11 days. You have 11 days before anything moves publicly. 11 days, Harry said. He thought about September 1st. About the Hogwarts Express. About a school full of students who didn't know what was happening, and a headmaster who was building his defense, and a Dark Lord who didn't pause for legal proceedings. 11 days. He'd done more with less. Then let's make them count, he said. Chapter 4, Hogwarts will know. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock on the 1st of September, and Harry was on it. He wore new robes. He carried a leather case under his arm that wasn't his school bag. He walked through the barrier at platform 9 3/4 with Hermione on his left and Neville on his right, and the three of them moved through the crowd with the particular quality of people who knew exactly what they were walking into. Sirius had objected to him going back. Not loudly, Harry had explained the reasoning and Sirius had listened, and at the end he'd said, "I understand and I hate it," and Harry had taken that as agreement. Remus had been more philosophical. The 11 days had been used well. Harry had read the Peverell book cover to cover twice, Hermione had completed the full legal brief and sent it to Ironforge for review, and the Rita Skeeter story had gone out in Witch Weekly, not the Prophet, which was still editorially compromised, but Witch Weekly, where Skeeter now had a column that reached a readership Dumbledore had never bothered to pay attention to. The story was careful, precise, and damning. Who authorizes the authorizer? Questions about Chief Warlock Dumbledore's 16-year guardianship of Harry Potter. It named the instrument. It named the renewal dates. It didn't yet name the money. It had been out for 4 days when the Express departed, and Harry had already received 14 letters from wizarding families he'd never met, most of which said some version of "We always wondered." He hadn't written back to any of them yet. There would be time. Ron found them in the third compartment from the front, which was where they always sat, and his greeting was the uncomplicated warmth of someone who had spent a summer thinking about Quidditch and chess and hadn't received any letters through Gringotts couriers. Harry was glad of it. He settled into the compartment and let Ron talk about the Chudley Cannon's disastrous preseason and felt the ordinary comfortable texture of his friendship with Ron like something he could lean against. He'd tell Ron. But not yet. Not on the train. Not before Harry had his first conversation with Dumbledore, because Ron's face was not a face that could keep a secret from anyone who was paying attention, and Dumbledore was always paying attention. Luna appeared an hour into the journey, knocked once on the compartment door and slid it open without waiting for an answer. She sat down beside Neville and looked at Harry across the compartment with those wide, silver-gray eyes that had always seen things at unexpected angles. "The Raxperts around you are completely gone," she said to Harry, tilting her head. "They've been thick around you for years. It's quite remarkable." "I had a good summer," Harry said. "You found out something true," Luna said, with absolute certainty. "Something you should have known for a long time. That's what clears them." She opened her copy of the Quibbler and added, without looking up, "Good." It was getting hard to look at. Hermione caught Harry's eye over her book. He shrugged. Luna Lovegood was frequently right in ways that resisted explanation, and he'd learned to simply proceed on that basis. The castle appeared at dusk, the way it always did when the boats rounded the curve of the lake, lit from within, towers against a sky going copper and navy, the exact image that had cracked Harry's 10-year-old chest open with something he didn't have words for at the time. Home, he'd thought then, though he hadn't known why. He still thought it, looking at it now, though home had a more complicated meaning after the last 11 days. Hogwarts was his. In some technical sense it was everyone's, but the Peverell book had been clear on certain things, and one of them was that the original endowment of the school, the land, the structure, the wardwork and the stones, traced back through bloodlines that Harry now carried. He didn't own Hogwarts. But the castle knew him in a way it didn't know most students, and he suspected he'd been feeling that his whole time here without understanding what it was. The carriages pulled up the drive and the students filed in through the great doors, and McGonagall directed first years and Peeves through something at a Hufflepuff prefect, and the noise and the smell, candles and old stone and something that was specifically Hogwarts and nothing else, wrapped around him like water closing over a swimmer. He was back. And everything was different. The sorting happened, the feast appeared, Dumbledore gave his start-of-term speech. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Hermione and Ron and ate roast chicken and listened. Dumbledore stood at the head table in his usual midnight blue robes and spoke about the year ahead with the warmth and measured gravity that Harry had grown up watching, the voice that made everything sound like it had been considered from every angle. He talked about vigilance, about unity, about the importance of the community within these walls. He made a small joke about the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Horace Slughorn was back for potions, which meant a Professor Samuels had taken defense, a quiet, competent-looking witch from the Department of Mysteries who had apparently agreed to a one-year contract. He did not look at Harry. Not once during the speech. That was new. Dumbledore always looked at Harry, not obviously, not in a way that broadcast it, but in the way of someone who is quietly tracking a specific thing in their peripheral vision. Harry had grown up with it without fully identifying it, the sense of being watched by the warmest eyes in the room. Tonight, nothing. The headmaster's gaze moved across the student body with gentle evenness, dispensing attention democratically. He knew. Of course he knew. The Gringotts formal notification had gone out 3 days ago, the audit completion notice and the preliminary fraud complaint summary, delivered to Dumbledore under the Goblin Financial Compact's mandatory disclosure requirement. He'd had 3 days to know what was coming and arrange his expression accordingly. Harry ate his chicken and watched the headmaster not look at him, and thought, you read the letter and you came to the feast anyway. That means you've decided to act normal. That means you think I'll come to you. He was probably right. Harry intended to come to him. Just not on Dumbledore's schedule. Classes started the next morning with the mechanical efficiency of a school that had been running for 1,000 years. Transfiguration first, with McGonagall who looked at Harry in the doorway with an expression that lasted half a second, recognition of something changed, quickly suppressed into professionalism. Charms with Flitwick, who squeaked and beamed and set them to work on protean variant spells. Herbology with Sprout, who smelled of earth and addressed everyone with the same level of cheerful expectation regardless of surname or reputation. In potions, Slughorn did what Harry had been warned he would do, he circled his new class like a man appraising a collection, identifying the promising specimens. He came to Harry with the bright acquisitive look of a man who'd been cultivating connections for 50 years. Harry Potter, he said warmly. I knew your mother, you know. Lily Evans, one of the finest natural talents I've ever taught. A gift for potions that I've rarely seen matched. He patted Harry's desk with the comfortable confidence of someone who expected warmth in return. I do hope you'll come to my little gatherings. I run a small dinner for exceptional students, very informal. I'd enjoy that, Harry said pleasantly. Thank you, Professor. Slughorn beamed and moved on. Hermione, sitting beside Harry, kept her eyes on the potion in front of her but murmured at a volume only Harry could catch. Horace Slughorn received 12,000 galleons in retirement supplementation from the Potter estate in 1985. Described in the accounts as a gift from Dumbledore to a valued former colleague. Harry stirred his potion once, clockwise. I know, he murmured back. Did he know where it came from? Almost certainly not. A pause. He might have to give it back though. I'll enjoy that conversation, Harry said, and turned his potion a perfect, consistent shade of gold. The summons came on the 3rd day. Not a public announcement, not a note delivered by Owl in front of the class. A small piece of folded parchment on Harry's desk when he came back from the library after dinner, placed there by no visible hand. He recognized the handwriting. Harry, when you have a moment, I would very much like to speak with you. No urgency, of course. My office, whenever is convenient. AD whenever is convenient. As if Harry had a schedule they were both accommodating. As if it was a social call. Harry folded it. He didn't respond that evening. He waited until the following afternoon, until he'd come back from a double defense session with Professor Samuels, who had turned out to be quietly excellent and who'd pushed the 6th years through a practical sequence that left half of them winded and Harry feeling more focused than he had in weeks. He went up to the headmaster's office at 5 o'clock. The gargoyle stepped aside before he spoke the password, which was interesting. He climbed the spiral staircase and knocked. "Come in, Harry." The office was exactly as it always was. Instruments spinning on their stands, portraits of former headmasters dozing in their frames, Fawkes on his perch looking at Harry with liquid, ember-bright eyes. The great desk. The chair behind it. And Albus Dumbledore, in deep purple robes, hands folded, with exactly the expression Harry had been expecting, warm, tired, gentle, carrying the world. Harry sat down in the chair across the desk without being invited. He set nothing on the desk. He didn't fidget. He looked at Dumbledore and waited. "I'm glad to see you well," Dumbledore said. "The summer treated you better than usual, I think." "It did," Harry said. "You spent some time in London," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." "Testing the ground." "Gringotts mostly," Harry said. The pause that followed was very brief, less than a second. Someone not watching for it would have missed it. Harry didn't miss it. "Indeed," Dumbledore said. "I received a rather formal piece of correspondence from them myself, as it happens." "I know," Harry said. "They're required to notify you. It's in the compact." Another beat. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, setting aside the performance of gentle warmth for a moment and simply assessing. Harry looked back. "You seem remarkably composed," Dumbledore said. "Should I not be? I think many young men in your position would be overwhelmed. The information is considerable. The implications are, I've read every document," Harry said. "I've been through both audits. I've had the bloodline confirmation. I understand the Goblin Financial Compact, the ancient charter rights, the Wisengamot procedures. I'm as informed as I can be at this point." A pause. "So yes, I'm composed." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he set his hands flat on the desk, a subtle shift, the posture of someone changing registers. "Harry. I would like to explain." "I expected you would," Harry said. "I want you to understand, I want you to explain," Harry said. "Not because I need convincing. Because I want to hear the reasoning in your own words." He met the blue eyes directly. "I've been trying to understand how someone arrives at the decision to steal from a one-year-old child. I'd like to hear the version from the person who made it." The directness landed. Not with anger, Harry hadn't raised his voice, but with the specificity of a legal charge read aloud, words chosen carefully, placed precisely. Dumbledore absorbed it without flinching, but something moved behind his eyes. Something that was not quite guilt and not quite surprise. Something that recognized being seen. "The money," Dumbledore said, "was never for my personal enrichment. The amounts that went to my personal account were operational, expenses related to 8.4 million galleons," Harry said. "Operational expenses. Over 16 years. Into your personal account." "I did not," Dumbledore stopped. Restarted. "I want to acknowledge that the management of your estate fell far short of what you deserved. That is true. That is something I carry." "That's not an explanation," Harry said. "That's an acknowledgement designed to look like one." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. In the frames above and around them, the portraits of former headmasters had gone conspicuously still, the painted figures leaning fractionally toward the center of the room, listening. "You were the subject of a prophecy," Dumbledore said. His voice was quieter now, the performed warmth fully gone, and what replaced it was something older and more honest. "A prophecy that placed you on a direct collision course with one of the most dangerous dark wizards in modern history. I made decisions, difficult decisions, ones I do not make lightly, about what kind of person would be best positioned to survive that collision. And a person who knew his own wealth," Harry said, "who understood his own heritage, who had access to his estate's resources, who had been raised by his godfather as James and Lily intended, that person would have been harder to point at Voldemort." Dumbledore said nothing. That person might have asked questions, Harry continued. Might have pushed back. Might have decided that 16-year-old boys shouldn't be the load-bearing element of anyone's war plan. He leaned forward slightly. He might have had options. Options, Dumbledore said, have a way of becoming choices. And some of those choices were mine to make, Harry said. They were always mine to make. The room was very quiet. Fawkes made a low sound that wasn't quite a song, something between a note and a sigh. I will not pretend, Dumbledore said, that everything I did was wrong. The world is larger than any individual grievance, Harry, and the decisions I made were made with that world in mind. If I was wrong, you were wrong, Harry said. Simply. Not angrily. As fact. If I was wrong, Dumbledore continued, it was in service of something that matters. I believe that, Harry said. And he did, that was the part that had cost him sleep for the past 11 days, the genuine complexity of it. He believed Dumbledore had convinced himself completely. I believe you believe it. I also believe that a person who steals from a grieving orphan and calls it strategy has made an error in their own values that no amount of good intentions can correct. He straightened in the chair. And I believe the Wizengamot should be able to hear both things and decide. You're filing the complaint, Dumbledore said. The warmth was entirely gone now. What was left was the man underneath, still formidable, still sharp, aged by war and decades and the particular wear of being someone who makes enormous choices, but stripped of the performance that had always surrounded him. It's already filed, Harry said. Preliminary complaint, pending final audit. Hearing to be scheduled within 30 days. A pause. Ironforge is representing the Gringotts' interest. I've engaged a separate wizarding solicitor for my personal interest. The Longbottom estate has filed a parallel complaint. He watched Dumbledore's face. Augusta Longbottom is willing to testify. Something shifted. Not dramatically, just a small adjustment in Dumbledore's posture, a fractional thing that a stranger wouldn't clock. But Harry had been watching this man since he was 11. He knew every register. That was surprise. Genuine surprise. He hadn't expected Augusta. The Longbottom accounts, Dumbledore said, were managed under the same instrument of guardianship via proxied authority, Harry said. Specifically through your advisory relationship with Augusta, which you cultivated carefully over 15 years and used to redirect estate funds to order-affiliated accounts. It's all documented. He paused. Neville's parents might have had better care, Professor. That's not strategy. That's just cruelty. Dumbledore looked at his hands. The cursed one, the right hand, darkened and withered from whatever had happened with the resurrection stone, lay on the desk, and for a moment the room felt that injury in a different way. Here was a man who had pursued the Deathly Hallows with everything he had, who had cracked the resurrection stone and paid for it, who carried the consequences of that decision in his own body. He wasn't above consequences. He just hadn't expected Harry's. I understand, Dumbledore said slowly, that there is nothing I can say in this room that will change the legal proceedings. No, Harry agreed. And I understand that your anger, I told you, Harry said. I'm not angry. I passed angry several days ago. He stood up. What I am is clear. About what happened, about what I'm owed, and about what needs to happen next. He tucked his chair in, a small, deliberate movement. I'll still fight Voldemort. I want you to know that. This doesn't change that. But I'll fight him as myself, not as the piece you've been moving around the board. He picked up his bag. And I'll fight him with my own resources, and my own information, and my own choices. He turned toward the door. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. I am sorry. For what it is worth. Harry stopped. He turned halfway, not quite facing him. He let the apology sit in the room and took a breath and felt the weight of it, because it was real. he could hear that, the apology had actual weight and cost, and it would have meant everything to him 3 years ago. "I know you are," he said. "I'll see you at breakfast, Professor." He walked out. He descended the spiral staircase and went past the gargoyle and down the corridor, and he walked all the way to the nearest window bay at the end of the 4th floor before he stopped, leaned against the stone wall, and let himself feel it for exactly 60 seconds. The grief of it. The specific grief of watching someone show you who they could have been, too late, in the space between an apology and a closed door. Then he pushed off the wall and went to find Hermione. She was in the library, which was where she always was when he needed her, as if she'd been stationed there by Providence. She looked up when he appeared and read his face. "How was it?" she asked. "He apologized," Harry said, sitting down across from her. She went still. "Genuinely?" "Genuinely." He opened his bag, not because he needed anything from it, just to have something to do with his hands. "Which almost makes it worse." "I know," she said quietly. "He's going to argue the greater good," Harry said. "That's his defense. Not that he didn't do it, I don't think he'll deny it. He'll argue it was necessary. That the means were justified by the outcome." He paused. "And the frustrating thing is, that argument is going to land with some of the Wizengamot. Because Voldemort is real and the war is real, and people will hear, Dumbledore managed a difficult situation, and they'll want to believe it. That's why we have Neville," Hermione said. "The Longbottom angle. Nobody looks at Frank and Alice in St. Mungo's and thinks, necessary management of a difficult situation. They think about parents who deserved better care and didn't get it because their son's estate was being used as a slush fund." She turned a page, then turned it back. "And that's why we have Augusta. She's not a sympathetic witness, she's a formidable one. There's a difference." "Good formidable or bad formidable?" Harry asked. "The kind that makes members of the Wizengamot remember that they have mothers," Hermione said. Harry almost smiled. "There's something else," she said, and her voice shifted register slightly. "I've been doing more research in the last few days, and I found something in the Hogwarts charter records, the ones archived at the Ministry Library, the public ones." She pulled a sheet of parchment from her stack. "The original endowment charter for Hogwarts, 994 AD. It names the land as held in perpetual trust for the magical community of Britain, specifically under the stewardship of the 4 founding houses." She paused. "Stewardship. Not ownership. The headmaster position is a stewardship role. The land and the castle belong to the charter, which is administered by the Board of Governors." "Right," Harry said. "The Board of Governors," Hermione said, "has the authority to remove the headmaster. They did it once, 2nd year, when Lucius Malfoy pressured them all into signing the removal order. Dumbledore came back because the circumstances changed, but the mechanism worked." She set the parchment down. "The Hogwarts Educational Endowment payment, the 12,000 galleons from your estate that went to the school's general fund, that's grounds to force a board meeting. Under the charter, any evidence of financial impropriety connected to the headmaster requires the board to convene and review the headmaster's continued suitability within 45 days. Can we trigger that?" Harry asked. "We've already triggered it," Hermione said, with a quiet satisfaction that was entirely deserved. "I sent the relevant documentation to all 12 board members yesterday afternoon, via Gringotts courier, with a formal request for convening under Charter Article 19. She paused. "I may have also copied the Wizengamot's Judicial Committee and the Office of Magical Education at the Ministry." Harry stared at her. "When did you do this?" "While you were in defense," she said. "It didn't take long. The documentation was already prepared." "Hermione." "It needed doing," she said, slightly defensively. "Was I supposed to wait?" "No," Harry said. "I'm not complaining. I'm awed." He sat back. "What's the response been?" "4 board members have already confirmed receipt and indicated they'll attend the emergency session." One has already written back asking for more information. She picked up a letter from the stack. Incidentally, the one who asked for more information was Narcissa Malfoy. The name landed oddly in the room. Harry frowned. Narcissa Malfoy is on the board? Has been for 3 years, Hermione said. Lucius was removed after the Chamber of Secrets situation. Narcissa took his seat. She paused. I don't know what to make of it. She might be asking questions to protect Dumbledore. She might be asking questions because she's Narcissa Malfoy and she gathers information the way other people breathe. A pause. Or she might be asking questions because she's a mother with a son at this school and the idea of a headmaster with unrestricted access to student estate accounts is concerning. Watch her, Harry said. Don't engage yet. But watch. Already am, Hermione said, and went back to her reading. Word spread through the school the way it always did, not by announcement, not by anything specific, but by the invisible process of people comparing notes, joining fragments, feeling the shift in atmospheric pressure. By the end of the first week, something had changed in how students moved around the castle. It wasn't that anyone knew specifically what was happening. The Witch Weekly article had circulated, physical copies had appeared in the common rooms, passed around with the specific energy of contraband, but most students were reading it the way they read everything about Harry, through a thick lens of uncertain meaning. Is this real? Is this another thing? How do we know? What they could read, in ways more certain than any article, was Harry himself. He walked through Hogwarts that week at his normal pace, in his normal way, but something was different about his posture, his expression. He wasn't performing anything. He wasn't adjusting to rooms, reading the temperature of spaces, figuring out who needed him to be what. He was just himself, moving through the school with the unambiguous quality of someone who knew exactly where he stood and had no particular concern about whether the castle agreed. People noticed. They always noticed when something that had been slightly uncertain became certain. Draco Malfoy noticed first, because Draco had always been perceptive about Harry in the specific way of someone who'd spent years measuring himself against him. He fell into step beside Harry in the corridor after potions on the Thursday of the first week, which was so unexpected that Ron nearly walked into a suit of armor. Potter, Draco said. Harry didn't slow down. Malfoy. My mother wrote to me, Draco said. She's asking questions about the board meeting. I know, Harry said. A pause. Draco kept pace. He was thinner than he'd been last year, and there was something different in his face, less of the performed contempt, more of something rawer underneath. A sixth-year boy who was navigating things Harry didn't fully know about yet. She wants to know if, he stopped. Restarted. She wants to know if the documentation she's been sent represents the full scope of what's alleged, or if there's more. There's more, Harry said. The audit isn't complete. Tell her to wait for the final filing. Draco looked at him sideways. You're different, he said. Not like an insult. Like an observation. Summer was educational, Harry said. Apparently. Another pause. The Witch Weekly piece. The guardianship instrument. My mother says if that's substantiated, it's substantiated, Harry said. Completely. Gringotts documented all of it. Draco was quiet for a moment. Right, he said. And then, with the specific difficulty of someone who finds these particular syllables uncomfortable, good luck, then. He peeled off at the next corridor junction and was gone. Ron stared after him. Did Malfoy just wish you good luck, he said. I think he might have, Neville said, from Harry's other side. His mother's on the board, Harry said. And she's Narcissa Malfoy. She's not going to sit still for a headmaster who touches money that belongs to children, regardless of what she thinks of the children. Narcissa Malfoy is going to help us? Ron said. Narcissa Malfoy is going to help Narcissa Malfoy, Harry said. In this case, those are the same thing. Friday evening. The Great Hall at dinner, the long tables lit by floating candles, autumn starting to press against the high windows. Harry sat in his usual place and ate and talked to Ron about Quidditch tryouts and listened to Hermione and Neville discuss the herbological properties of magical grasses, and let the ordinary texture of being at Hogwarts run around him like water around a stone. He looked up at the head table once. Dumbledore was eating, talking to Professor Sprout, nodding at something she said. His half-moon glasses caught the candlelight. His long fingers wrapped around his goblet. He looked, as he always looked, like the picture of a wise old wizard going about his evening, untroubled, present. But his eyes, when they finally met Harry's for the first time since the night of the feast, held something different from what they'd always held before. They held the look of a man who has been in the room with someone he consistently underestimated, and now knows it. Harry held his gaze for 3 full seconds, unhurried. Then he looked back at his plate and continued eating. Beside him, Ron was still talking about Quidditch. The candles floated serenely. The hall hummed with 400 students being young and ordinary and unaware of most of what was moving in the larger world around them. Harry ate his dinner and thought about the Wisengamot hearing 30 days away, and about Ragnok's methodical certainty, and about his mother's letter in his inside pocket, and about the Peverell book and what it had told him about the nature of the magic he carried. He thought about Voldemort, somewhere in the dark, building something. He thought about the prophecy and the collision it promised, and for the first time since he'd learned of it, he didn't feel the prophecy as a sentence handed down from outside. He felt it as a direction he had chosen. That was everything. That was the whole difference. He reached for his goblet and drank, and outside the great windows of Hogwarts, the first September stars were beginning to show themselves in the darkening sky. Chapter 5, The Ministry Fractures. The Board of Governors convened on a Tuesday, 3 weeks into term, in a long narrow room on the 4th floor of the Ministry of Magic that smelled of old oak and institutional anxiety. Harry wasn't there, the board meeting wasn't a proceeding he had standing to attend directly. But Ironforge was there, in a charcoal suit that fit him like armor, carrying 2 leather cases and the particular energy of a goblin solicitor who had been waiting for this moment for 14 months. Harry knew this because Hermione had arranged for a full transcript, which was a right under the Hogwarts Charter's Article 22, which Hermione had located on a Wednesday evening 2 weeks ago and underlined 3 times. He received the transcript by Gringotts courier at 8:30 on Tuesday night, sitting in the Gryffindor common room with the fire going and Ron asleep in the chair across from him. He read it with Hermione at his shoulder, her finger tracking the text, her mouth making small shapes when she found something significant. The board had convened with 11 of the 12 members present. Narcissa Malfoy was present. The board's chair, a man called Doge, Elphia's Doge, lifelong friend of Dumbledore and the most obvious procedural obstacle, had opened by suggesting the meeting be postponed pending further review of the document's authenticity. Narcissa Malfoy had, according to the transcript, responded, "The documents are from Gringotts, Elphia's. If you're suggesting the goblins are fabricating them, I would suggest you take that argument to Ragnok personally." "I'll wait." Doge had not taken the argument to Ragnok. The meeting had proceeded. Ironforge had presented 40 minutes of clean, documented presentation. The educational endowment payment from the Potter estate. The guardianship instrument and its renewals. The jurisdictional implications. He had not presented the full audit, that wasn't the board's domain, but he had presented enough. At the end, he had formally requested that the board convene a full review of the headmaster's fitness to continue in post, under Charter Article 19. The vote to convene the review, 8 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstaining. Doge had voted against. One other Old Guard member whose name Harry didn't recognize. The abstention had been from a woman called Greengrass, Daphne's mother, Harry thought. 8-2. The review was happening. Dumbledore will be notified tomorrow morning, Hermione said. He has 30 days to respond to the board's concerns in writing before they meet again. He already knows, Harry said. There are portraits in the board meeting room. He'll have heard everything within an hour. Hermione looked at the transcript. Narcissa Malfoy, she said, with a tone that suggested she was updating several internal files simultaneously. She's not doing this for us, Harry said. No, Hermione agreed. But she's doing it, and right now that's enough. She turned back to the transcript. There's something else in here. Near the end, when Ironforge was packing up, Greengrass asked him a question off the record. The transcript notes it was informal, about whether the scope of the financial complaint extended to the purchase of Hogwarts staff appointments. Harry frowned. What does that mean? Hermione looked at him steadily. It might mean nothing. Or it might mean that the Greengrass family has some specific knowledge about the mechanism by which certain staff appointments at Hogwarts get made, and they're testing whether Gringotts knows about it too. Harry thought about Slughorn. 12,000 Galleons, 1985. He thought about the years of defense teachers, the revolving door of incompetence and frauds and umbrage. He thought about whether Dumbledore's control of Hogwarts extended not just to the finances but to the construction of Harry's education itself. Add it to Ironforge's brief, he said. Already written, Hermione said. The Rita Skeeter follow-up piece appeared on Wednesday morning. Not in Which Weekly this time, in the Daily Prophet itself, which meant someone at the editorial board had calculated that the story was now too large to ignore and too substantiated to safely kill. The headline was not Skeeter's usual style, it was straighter, harder, the language of someone who'd been handed enough documentation that she didn't need her usual embellishments. Potter Estate Audit, 60 million Galleons missing. Gringotts confirms fraud. Complaint filed against former Chief Warlock. The Great Hall at breakfast was very loud. Harry ate his toast and read the article over Hermione's shoulder, scanning for errors and finding only one. The piece slightly underplayed the Longbottom connection, framing it as secondary rather than parallel. Skeeter had written Neville's situation in a single paragraph near the bottom. Harry made a note to have Ironforge provide additional documentation to make the parallel cases equal weight in the public record. Around him the Hall was doing what the Hall always did with big news, fragmenting into 100 separate conversations, each one processing at a different speed, each one working from a different starting assumption. He could hear his own name in 3 different registers, the familiar sensation of being the subject of everything, which he'd lived with for 5 years and had never quite got used to. At the head table, Dumbledore was eating his porridge. Not performing, genuinely eating, slowly, looking at nothing in particular. The portrait of normality. Whatever he was feeling, it was entirely interior. McGonagall, beside him, was reading the Prophet with an expression that was doing several things at once. Harry watched her for a moment. McGonagall had always been difficult to read precisely because she was genuinely principled, not performing principle, actually living by it, which meant that her reaction to this would come from whatever the principle said rather than from loyalty or self-interest. He didn't know which way it would land. He thought she'd probably go quiet and inward for a few days and come out the other side with a decision. He thought the decision would be right. He hoped it would be. He'd always, quietly, liked McGonagall better than anyone else on staff. The corridors were different on Wednesday. The article had done something to the school's social atmosphere that Harry hadn't fully anticipated, not because the students hadn't known, but because now the adults couldn't pretend they didn't know. There was a specific quality to the way teachers moved through the castle, the way conversations stopped when Harry came around corners, the way professors who had always been comfortable looking at him now had a fractional hesitation. In charms, Flitwick was the same as always, cheerful, precise, entirely unaffected in the way of someone whose conscience was clear. In herbology, Sprout was doing the thing where she talked about plants with extraordinary intensity because it was better than talking about anything else. Defense with Professor Samuels was the most interesting. She pushed the class hard, didn't mention the article at all, and at the end, as the students were packing up, she said quietly to Harry, "Office hours are Thursdays, 4 to 5. If you want to discuss anything." "Thank you," Harry said. She nodded once and went back to her desk. Harry filed that away. The real shift happened after dinner, in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, when Ginny Weasley fell into step beside him. He'd been waiting for this. Ron knew now. Harry had told him the night the Witch Weekly piece came out, watching his best friend go through a compressed, painful version of the same process Hermione had gone through, emerging on the other side with his jaw set in that particular Weasley look that meant the anger was real but the loyalty was running deeper. Ron had taken it the way Ron took most hard things, by going quiet for 12 hours and then coming out of it entirely decided. Ginny was different. Ginny had grown up hearing Dumbledore's name in the same breath as safety and protection and the war her family had survived. She was also the one who'd been possessed by Voldemort at 11 years old while Dumbledore was in the building, and Harry thought that might be the crux of it. "I read it twice," she said. "No preamble. The article." "Okay," Harry said. "And I read the bit about the guardianship instrument. The part about your parents' will." She paused. "Your parents named Sirius, Remus, and the Longbottoms. No version of that will leads to the Dursleys." "No," Harry said. She was quiet for a moment, walking beside him. The corridor torches cast moving shadows. "He put you in that house on purpose," she said. "Knowing what it would be." "Yes. I've been sitting with that since last night," Ginny said. "Trying to find the version of it that makes sense. That has some reason behind it that," she stopped. "I can't find it." "The Dursleys had a specific magical protection," Harry said. "My mother's sacrifice. The blood ward that Dumbledore activated by placing me there. That's real. That protection was real." He'd thought about this carefully. He could have placed me with Sirius and activated a different ward. He chose not to. A pause. "Whether that's calculation or convenience, I don't know. Probably both." Ginny looked straight ahead. "Is my family in the documents? Are any of the payments connected to?" "No," Harry said. "I've looked. Your family isn't in it." He paused. "Your family is in the order because they chose to be. That's different from how some others got there." She exhaled. "Good," she said. Then, after a moment, "Mum's going to be, when she finds out." "I know," Harry said. "She'll think it's an attack on Dumbledore. She'll react before she processes it." She looked at him sideways. "You should probably let her. Let her have the reaction. Don't argue with it directly." "I wasn't planning to," Harry said. "She'll come around," Ginny said quietly. "She processes by feeling first and thinking second. It's not a flaw, it's just the order. Give her a day." He nodded. "Then, because he'd been thinking it, Ginny. When you were 12. In the chamber." She stiffened slightly but didn't slow down. "He knew the diary was dangerous," Harry said carefully. "He knew what Horcruxes were. He's been studying them for years, that's clear from the evidence around the Resurrection Stone. He knew the diary was one, or suspected it strongly." A pause. "And he didn't prevent the Malfoys from getting it into your hands." She stopped walking. Harry stopped too. "He couldn't have known it would be me specifically," she said. "Not defensively. Working through it." "No," Harry said. "But he knew it was a child. And he managed the situation afterwards without ever explaining what he knew beforehand." He paused. "I'm not telling you this to hurt you. I'm telling you because I think you deserve to know what the picture looks like when all the pieces are together." She stood very still in the corridor. The torches moved. A portrait on the wall nearby depicted a medieval witch who had the decency to pretend to be asleep. "Okay," Ginny said finally. "Okay." Her voice was level but her hands were slightly too still at her sides. "What do you need from me?" Harry looked at her. "Right now?" "Nothing. Just, know the truth. And when it gets hard over the next few weeks, when people start taking sides and it gets loud, just know what you actually know rather than what you're being told." She nodded. "Done." She started walking again, then stopped and looked back at him. For what it's worth, she said, I'm glad you're not hiding it. I'm glad you're not pretending. She paused. You walk differently. Did you know that? A few people have mentioned it, Harry said. Good differently, she said, and went up the stairs. The ministry moved on Thursday. Harry was in charms when the owl arrived, not a school owl, a ministry owl, grey and official, which descended into the classroom with the composure of an animal that had been told it was delivering something important. It landed on Harry's desk and extended its leg. Flitwick watched from the front of the class. You may, he said gently, with an expression that was hard to read. Harry took the letter. The seal was the ministry's, purple wax, the MN1 crest. He broke it and read. Mr. Potter, you are hereby requested to attend an interview at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Level 2, Ministry of Magic, at your earliest convenience. The matter concerns a formal complaint filed under the Goblin Financial Compact, Ref. GFC 1996-447 pp. Minister Fudge has authorized a departmental review of the complaint's jurisdiction. Your cooperation is requested. P. Milligan, Senior Investigator, DMLE. Harry read it twice. Then he tucked it into his bag, thanked the owl, and went back to his summoning charm as if nothing had happened. After class, in the corridor, Hermione walked beside him and he handed her the letter without a word. She read it, her expression doing that rapid, multi-layered processing. They're trying to pull the case into ministry jurisdiction, she said. If the DMLE investigates it under their authority rather than under the Goblin Compact, Fudge controls the pace and scope of the investigation. And the outcome, Harry said. Yes. She folded the letter. You shouldn't attend this interview. I know, Harry said. Ironforge handles my responses to ministry contact under the compact. They can't compel my attendance for a financial matter that falls under Goblin jurisdiction. Any attempt to do so would be a violation of the 1397 Compact, Hermione said. Which would expose the ministry to a formal diplomatic complaint from Gringotts and every Goblin-affiliated institution in Britain. She paused. That would be bad for Fudge. Catastrophically bad, Harry agreed. So you'll refuse? I'll have Ironforge respond on my behalf, Harry said. Politely. Citing jurisdiction. Copying the Wisingamot's Judicial Committee and the Goblin Liaison Office. He paused. And the International Confederation of Wizards, because Ragnok mentioned the compact has international standing and I'd like Fudge to know I'm aware of that. Hermione looked at him. You've been talking to Ragnok directly. 3 times this week, Harry said. He has views. Of course he has views, Hermione said. He's been building this case for 14 months. She handed him the letter back. The ministry contact is Fudge panicking. He's received the Wisingamot notification, he knows his payments from the estate are in the documented record, and he's trying to get ahead of it. He can't get ahead of it, Harry said. No, Hermione agreed. But scared people try anyway. Ironforge's response to the ministry went out Friday morning and arrived at the DMLE with the Gringotts seal prominent and legible, the language formal and immovable, the citations exact. The response was also, per Harry's instruction, delivered simultaneously to 17 other parties, the Wisingamot Judicial Committee, the Goblin Liaison Office, the Office of the International Confederation, the Daily Prophet's News Desk, the Wisingamot's Public Record Office, and, for reasons that were entirely deliberate, the personal offices of all 12 members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The ministry's response to being served was approximately what Harry had anticipated, a period of frantic internal activity made visible by the behavior of its representatives. By Friday afternoon, Fudge had issued a public statement through the Prophet calling the Gringotts complaint procedurally irregular, and subject to review by appropriate governmental authorities, which were phrases that meant absolutely nothing legally and had been written by someone in a hurry. A ministry spokesperson had told the Evening Prophet that questions about the validity of the Goblin Financial Compact's jurisdictional scope are actively under consideration. Harry read this statement at dinner on Friday evening and then looked up at the Gryffindor table's general vicinity and said, "Neville." Neville looked up from his soup. "Your grandmother," Harry said. "Has she contacted you?" "This morning," Neville said. "She's issued her own statement through the Longbottom family solicitors. She used the phrase, gross violation of fiduciary duty 3 times in 2 paragraphs. "Good," Harry said. "She also said, and I'm quoting directly," Neville continued, "I have been a fool for years and I intend to be a fool no longer." Which from Gran is basically a declaration of war. "It's better than a declaration of war," Harry said. "It's a witness with credibility and motivation." "She wants to come to the Wizengamot," Neville said. "She asked me to ask you if she should engage a solicitor or if Ironforge's team is sufficient." "Tell her to engage her own solicitor," Harry said. "She should have independent representation. Tell her Ironforge will coordinate with whoever she chooses, but that having separate legal standing strengthens both cases." Neville nodded and went back to his soup. Ron, who had been following this conversation with the look of a man watching a Quidditch match he only half understood, said, "How do you know all of this?" "The legal stuff." "Hermione," Harry said. "I've been reading for 3 weeks," Hermione said from Harry's other side, without looking up from her book. "She's been reading constantly for 3 weeks," Harry said. That tracks," Ron said, and went back to his potatoes. The owls started arriving properly on Saturday. Not the Ministry owl, not Gringotts couriers, owls from families. Wizarding families with children at Hogwarts who had read the article and done their own calculations and sent cautious, formally worded letters to Lord Potter-Black-Peverell, a title that Harry hadn't used publicly yet but which appeared in the Gringotts documents Skeeter had reproduced in the article. Families from the Sacred 28 who had their own complicated relationships with Dumbledore's influence. Families from the broader wizarding community who had never been in Dumbledore's orbit but who understood, viscerally, what an unchecked guardianship meant. A few families from abroad, one letter was in French, one in German, one in what might have been Dutch. Harry read all of them. He didn't respond to most, but he read them. He was building a picture of the political landscape, the shape of public opinion before the Wizengamot hearing. What he found was that the response was broader and more energetic than he'd expected. The war had made people afraid, and fear made people defer, and years of deferring to Dumbledore had built up a specific kind of resentment that people hadn't acknowledged because there hadn't been a safe way to acknowledge it. Now there was. The letter he found most interesting came from a family he'd never heard of, a Beecham family, old wizarding line, not Sacred 28, apparently several generations in Devon. The letter was written by the family's eldest son and addressed to Harry with the combination of formality and directness that Harry had come to recognize as the style of someone whose parents had taught them to write real letters. "Lord Potter-Black-Peverell, my family has no personal stake in these proceedings beyond general principle. My great-grandmother was placed under a guardian-administered trust by the Ministry of Magic in 1943. The guardian in question used the trust for 17 years before the family discovered the extent of the withdrawals. They attempted to pursue legal action. The attempt was unsuccessful because there was no jurisdictional mechanism adequate to the case. The Goblin Financial Compact, had it been invoked, would have been that mechanism. My great-grandmother died without restitution. I mention this not to burden you with history but to say that what you are doing matters beyond your own circumstances. There are families who were robbed and had no path to remedy. You are building that path. H. Beecham." Harry read it 3 times. He put it in the leather case with the Gringotts documents, in a separate section. Then he wrote back. It was a short letter. It said, "The case will establish precedent. When it concludes, Gringotts intends to publish a guide to the Compact's invocation for historical claimants. Your family's case may have options. H. Potter." He sent it via School Owl and went to find Sirius, who was coming to the school's front gates that afternoon for their weekly meeting, which Dumbledore presumably knew about and had chosen not to prevent, possibly because preventing it would have been one visible action too many. Sirius was at the gates at 3 o'clock, in a muggle jacket and his customary expression of a man who was managing to keep himself in check through the application of significant will. Harry walked down from the castle alone, no Hermione, no Neville, just himself. They sat on the stone wall beside the gate and Harry gave him the ministry letter and the Ironforge response and watched Sirius read both. "He's panicking," Sirius said, handing them back. "Yes. Good." He paused. "I got a letter from Remus this morning. He attended the order meeting last week. Dumbledore addressed the article. He told the order it was," Sirius's jaw tightened. "He told them it was a misrepresentation. That the estate management had been conducted with full legal authority and that the Gringotts complaint was a procedural challenge being used by parties with political motivations." Harry absorbed this. What was the room's reaction? "Split," Sirius said. "The ones who've been with Dumbledore since the First War, Moody, Molly, some others, the instinct is to defend. He's been their commander for 20 years. You don't change that overnight." He paused. But Remus said the younger members, Tonks, the twins, Bill, were quieter than usual. Not defending, not challenging. Just quiet. "The quiet ones are the ones thinking," Harry said. That's what Remus said. Sirius looked out toward the lake, visible at the end of the grounds. "Molly knows. Not the full extent, not yet, she hasn't seen the documents, but she's read the article and Remus said she's gone very still. Which for Molly is the equivalent of anyone else erupting. We need to tell her directly," Harry said. "Soon. Before the Wisengamot notification goes public and she finds out through channels instead of from us." "I'll arrange it," Sirius said. "This week if I can." He paused. "Harry. She'll be devastated. Not on your behalf. On her own, she'll feel stupid. She'll feel like she failed you. That's going to make her hard to reach initially." "I know," Harry said. "But she's also Molly Weasley. She's been failing children over her dead body since she was about 20. If you give her long enough, she'll turn it." Sirius looked at him. Something complicated moved across his face. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Yeah, she will." They sat in the autumn afternoon and the lake caught the light and somewhere in the school behind them 400 students were living their Saturdays. Normal and young and unaware of how much was moving in the structures around them. "One more thing," Harry said. "The Wisengamot hearing date. Ironforge said he's had preliminary confirmation, it's set for October 29th. That's just over 3 weeks." Sirius went still. "That's fast," he said. "The Lord of First Founding petition accelerated the scheduling," Harry said. "The Judicial Committee gave it priority standing." He paused. "When I appear before the Wisengamot, I appear as Lord Potter-Black-Peverell. Which means I have speaking rights." He paused. "Which means I speak." Sirius looked at him. "What are you going to say?" "The truth," Harry said. "Specifically and in detail, in front of every member of the Wisengamot, the press gallery, and whoever else attends." He paused. "I'm going to make absolutely certain that when Dumbledore argues the greater good in his own defense, every person in that chamber understands exactly what he decided the greater good was worth." Sirius was quiet for a long time. A wind came off the lake and moved through the grass of the grounds, a cold smell of autumn and water. "He gave a speech once," Sirius said. "The First War. I was 17. He stood in the order and he talked about sacrifice, what the war would cost, what fighting it meant. And I believed every word. I thought, here is the man who understands what this is. Here is the man who knows what we're fighting for." He paused. "I never thought to ask who was paying for it." "We know now," Harry said. "We know now," Sirius agreed. He stood, brushing stone dust from his jacket. 3 weeks. He looked at the castle. He built 16 years. We've got 3 weeks. We've done more with less, Harry said. Sirius half smiled. It was the smile Harry had first seen in third year, sharp and broken and completely real. You have, he said. Every single year, you've done more with less. He clasped Harry's shoulder once, firm and brief. Then he transformed, one fluid motion, the man becoming the great dark dog, and loped off down the road toward Hogsmeade with the loose-limbed ease of something finally moving in the right direction. Harry watched him go. Then he turned and walked back up toward the castle, through the autumn afternoon, the ground spread wide around him and the towers of Hogwarts ahead, and thought about October 29th, and what he was going to say. He thought he knew. He'd been composing it since July 31st, since a brass button and a portkey and a room full of ledgers under London. He'd been composing it every time he looked at a counter-signature in a neat column. Every time he thought about a cupboard under the stairs. He'd been composing it his whole life. He just hadn't known it was a speech. Chapter 6, The Orders Reckoning. Sirius arranged it for the following Wednesday evening, which gave everyone enough time to travel and not enough time to overthink it. The location was Grimmauld Place, not a full order meeting, not Dumbledore's structured assembly with its agenda and its managed information, but a kitchen table and people who needed to know the truth before it arrived at them from every other direction simultaneously. The list was specific. Molly and Arthur. Remus. Tonks. The twins. Bill. Mad-Eye Moody, because leaving Moody out of something important was the kind of decision that came back to haunt you. And Kingsley Shacklebolt, who Remus had indicated was in the quiet camp, not defending, not attacking, just thinking, and who had a reputation for being the most genuinely fair-minded person in any room he entered. Harry came from Hogwarts via a portkey Sirius had arranged with McGonagall's quiet, unquestioned assistance. McGonagall had said nothing when she handed Harry the small iron disc on Tuesday afternoon, had simply looked at him over her spectacles with an expression that communicated approximately 3 separate things at once and pressed the portkey into his hand. He arrived in the front hallway of Grimmauld Place at 6 o'clock and found the house already alive with the sound of people, voices from the kitchen, the smell of food, Molly Weasley apparently having decided that whatever was happening required substantial feeding beforehand. Hermione and Neville had come separately, having left Hogwarts on a study weekend that McGonagall had also quietly facilitated. Sirius was in the hall when Harry landed, and his expression communicated that the evening was going to be exactly as difficult as they'd both expected. "Molly's been cooking since 4, he said. "How is she?" "Very focused on the cooking." Harry understood. "And Arthur?" "Arthur knows more than she does. I sent him the documents 2 days ago." Sirius paused. He read them and then he sat in the garden for an hour. When he came back inside he said, very quietly, "I want to hear everything from Harry directly." A pause. "He's not angry. He's sad." "Which is in some ways harder." Harry nodded. He straightened his robes. "Let's go in." The kitchen was full in the way that Grimmauld Place kitchens were always full when the Weasleys were present, warm and loud and layered with the particular comfortable chaos of a large family. Molly had made enough food for twice the number of people present, which was her standard operating mode and also, Harry understood now, her specific response to situations where she felt the ground shifting underfoot. Feed people. That was the move. Feed them and keep your hands busy and hold the room together with the sheer force of hospitality. She looked at Harry when he came in and her face did something very complicated for approximately 2 seconds before she crossed the kitchen and pulled him into a hug that nearly took him off his feet. "Sit down," she said, pulling back and looking at his face with the specific look she used on all of them, checking, cataloging, assessing for damage. "You look tired. You're not sleeping enough." "I'm fine, Molly," Harry said. "You're 16 and you're running a legal case against," she stopped. Her voice had been working its way towards something and she'd caught it before it arrived. "Sit down," she said again, more quietly this time. Harry sat. Everyone sat. The food was on the table, roast chicken and potatoes and bread and something that smelled like apple pie from the oven, and for a few minutes the room did what rooms full of people always do around food, the immediate practical business of passing dishes and filling plates smoothed over the tension long enough for everyone to settle. Fred and George were across the table from Harry, uncharacteristically quiet in the way that meant they were paying extremely close attention. George caught Harry's eye and gave him a small nod that communicated something like, "We've read the article, we're with you, and whenever you need us, we're here." Fred was looking at the table in the way of someone working something out. Bill was beside Sirius, and Bill had the expression of a man who worked with goblins for a living and had spent the past 3 weeks recalibrating everything he thought he'd understood about the financial arrangements of the Order's most prominent family. Tonks was beside Remus and was watching Molly with the specific care of someone who loved that person and was about to watch them take a hit. Mad-Eye Moody sat at the far end of the table with his magical eye ranging around the room in its usual unnerving way, missing nothing. He'd said nothing when Harry came in. He'd looked at Harry with his regular blue eye and then looked away, which for Moody was practically a warm greeting. Kingsley was beside Arthur. He had the build and stillness of someone who could sit in any room and look like he belonged there, which was presumably a professional skill. He gave Harry a measured nod. Arthur sat at Molly's right hand. He looked at Harry across the table with tired, kind eyes that had been tired and kind for as long as Harry could remember, and said, "When you're ready, Harry." After dinner, Molly said firmly, from her end of the table. Everyone ate. After dinner, Harry laid out the documents on the kitchen table. Not all of them, the full case was the legal team's territory, but the essential ones. The guardianship instrument. The audit summary. The categorized withdrawal list. The will. He'd done this 3 times now. He knew the shape of it, the order that worked best, the points where he needed to let silence do the work rather than filling it with more words. He spoke clearly and without unnecessary softness, and when he reached each major number, he said it plainly and waited. Arthur read the documents as Harry placed them. Remus already knew most of it. He sat still and watched the room rather than the papers. Kingsley read carefully, methodically, the way of a trained investigator. Tonks read fast and then went back and read again. Bill tracked the financial sections with the eye of someone who understood vault management and was finding exactly what he'd suspected. Fred and George read together, leaning slightly inward from either side of a single sheet, and somewhere in the middle of the audit summary their expressions underwent a change that was neither funny nor performing, just very quiet and entirely serious, which on Fred and George's faces was one of the most striking things Harry had ever seen. Molly didn't read the documents. She sat at the head of the table with her hands wrapped around her tea mug and she listened to Harry talk, and her face went through stages that Harry watched carefully because Sirius had been right. She was processing, she was feeling first, and what she was feeling was large and layered and needed room to move. When Harry reached the section about the Dursleys, not as a financial fact but as a choice, a deliberate placement of a child in a home his parents had specifically excluded from his care, Molly's hands tightened on her mug. He kept going. When he reached the Longbottom section, when he talked about Frank and Alice in St. Mungo's and the private healer consultations that Augusta had been told the estate couldn't fund, Molly made a sound. Just a small sound, not words, the involuntary kind. Neville was looking at the table and didn't look up. Harry finished. He put the last document down. The kitchen was quiet except for the oven ticking and the house making its usual settling sounds. Arthur looked at the table for a moment. Then he said, carefully, the will. The part about Sirius and Remus and the Longbottoms. He sealed it. Under Ministry classification. Yes, Harry said. And the Dursley placement was made by Dumbledore's direct instruction to Hagrid. Yes. Arthur looked at Sirius, who was leaning against the kitchen wall. Something passed between them, an acknowledgement, a sharing of weight. He's been my commander, Arthur said quietly. For 20 years, on and off. We've done things because he asked us to, Molly and I, taken risks, made choices. Because he was Dumbledore and he was asking. He paused. And the whole time he stopped. Put his hand flat on the table. I don't have a word for it. I keep looking for a word and I can't find one. Betrayal works, Sirius said. I'm not ready for that word yet, Arthur said. But it's close. He looked at Harry. What do you need from us? Nothing tonight, Harry said. Tonight is just, you deserve to know. From me. Before the hearing. October 29th, Remus confirmed, for the room. Will you testify? Kingsley asked. Direct, professional. He'd been processing the whole time in that policeman's way. I'll speak as Lord Potter-Black-Peverell, Harry said. That's not testimony in the legal sense, it's a first founding address, which means I can speak to the full chamber on any matter of house interest. Gringotts presents the financial case. I present, he paused. The human cost. Kingsley nodded slowly. The ministry is going to try to disrupt the proceedings, he said. Not officially, they can't, under the compact, but informally. Fudge will try to stack the chamber with sympathetic members before the hearing. What does that look like? Harry asked. Emergency appointments to vacant Wisengamot seats, Kingsley said. Calling in favors from members who are loyal to him personally. Possibly attempting to challenge your first founding standing on a technicality. He paused. I can watch for it. I have access to the ministry's scheduling systems. If something irregular happens in the appointment roster, I'll know. I'd appreciate that, Harry said. Consider it done. Kingsley picked up his tea. For what it's worth, Potter, this case is right. What Gringotts has documented is real. I've been in the DMLE for 12 years and I've seen financial crimes investigated and buried and protected by people who should have known better. What you've built here, the jurisdictional route you've taken, it's the right move. It's the only move that doesn't get smothered. He paused. Whoever figured out the compact route deserves a commendation. Hermione, Harry said. Hermione looked up from where she'd been making notes. It was reasonably obvious once you read the text carefully, she said. It wasn't obvious to 12 ministry solicitors who've had access to the same text for years, Kingsley said, and Hermione did the thing where she tried not to look pleased and completely failed. Molly had been silent for 20 minutes. The conversation had moved around her, Kingsley and Harry talking strategy, Bill asking Sirius about Gringotts' protocol, Neville describing Augusta's plans to Tonks, who was nodding with the energy of someone who found Augusta Longbottom deeply inspirational. But Molly had sat at the end of the table without speaking, and Harry had been watching her out of the corner of his eye the whole time. Ginny had been right. She was going through the feeling first. He waited. Finally, Molly set down her mug. She looked at Harry, and the look was the fullest expression of what was happening inside her. It had everything in it, the grief and the anger and the self-recrimination and the specific maternal fury of a woman who had believed she was part of something that protected children and had discovered she'd been inside a system that used them. The summer before your first year, she said. Her voice was very controlled. On the train platform. You didn't know how to get through the barrier. Do you remember? Yes, Harry said. I helped you. I was glad to help you. Her jaw tightened. And the whole time, Dumbledore already knew who you were. He knew what your situation was. He knew about the Dursleys. A pause. He let you stand there on a platform, not knowing how to get through a wall, and, she stopped. Molly, Harry started. Don't, she said. Not harshly. Just firmly. Let me say it. She looked at her hands. I have spent 5 years watching you come through that station every September, watching you go back to those people every June, knowing something wasn't right with it, telling myself Dumbledore knew best, telling myself there were things I didn't understand. Her voice went rough. I should have asked. I should have asked him directly. And now I find out that the reason nothing was right is because someone was managing you like a... She couldn't finish the sentence. He wasn't wrong about everything, Harry said. The war is real. Voldemort is real. Some of what he's built has genuine value. I know that, Molly said. I'm not saying it's all wrong. I'm saying, she looked up. No one had the right to decide that you were, that any child was a piece to move around a board. No one. Not with the best intentions in the world. Not for any war. She paused. Not for anything. I know, Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment. Something moved across her face that settled into something else, not resolution, not yet, but a decision. A direction. What do you need from me, she said. Nothing you're not ready to give, Harry said. I'm not going to ask you to fight Dumbledore. I know what he means to you. He doesn't mean, she stopped. Looked at her hands again. He means less than you do, she said quietly. That's what I know right now. He means less to me than the thought of you in that house, with those people, because he decided it was necessary. She straightened. Whatever you need. Arthur put his hand over hers on the table. Didn't say anything. Just put his hand there. Harry had to look away for a moment. Fred appeared at Harry's shoulder 20 minutes later, while the kitchen had broken into smaller conversations. George was behind him, which was their usual geometry. We've been talking, Fred said. Always dangerous, Harry said. We want in, George said. Practically. Not just in the sense of being on your side, which we obviously are, but actually useful. He paused. We've been running Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for almost a year now. We have supply chains. We have distribution. We have, a glance at Fred, a fairly extensive network of people who we move product through. We can carry information, Fred said. Discreetly. To people Dumbledore's network doesn't touch, because Dumbledore doesn't take us seriously. Nobody takes us seriously, George agreed, without apparent resentment. Which is, it turns out, quite useful. Harry looked at them both. They were 20 now, broad-shouldered and bright-eyed, and the combination of their particular chaotic energy and genuine intelligence had always been one of the most underestimated things in his world. What are you thinking specifically? We have a contact in Hogsmeade, Fred said. The Hog's Head, Aberforth. Harry went still. Dumbledore's brother. Who has not spoken to Albus in approximately 30 years, George said. And who has very specific views about the family tendency toward treating other people as means to an end. He paused. We've done business with him. Certain products, certain distribution. He's not warm, but he's honest. And he has information. What kind of information? Harry asked. The kind that comes from decades of watching your brother build something and knowing exactly what the foundations are made of, Fred said. Harry thought about it. Aberforth Dumbledore, who had punched his brother at the funeral of Ariana Dumbledore 60 years ago. Who had lived in a pub in Hogsmeade, 3 miles from the school his brother ran, for decades, apparently without contact. There was something there, an old wound, the kind that didn't close. Arrange a meeting, Harry said. Through your channel, not mine. Keep it separate from the Gringotts case. I don't want Aberforth's information mixed into the legal filings, because if he's got something to say about his brother he should say it somewhere that isn't a courtroom unless he chooses to. He paused. But I want to hear it. Fred and George looked at each other with the quick, complete communication of twins. Done, Fred said. One more thing, George said. He reached into his jacket and produced a small object, a folded piece of paper, Muggle paper, which was unusual enough to register. This came to the shop last week. Addressed to you, via us. We don't know how whoever sent it knew the connection. Harry took it. Opened it. The writing was small and precise. There was no signature. The portrait network in Hogwarts runs deeper than you know. The headmasters talk. Some of them have been talking to you for 16 years without your knowledge. Ask the right portrait the right question. That was all. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. "Thank you," he said. "Any idea who sent it?" Fred asked. "One or two," Harry said. Which was true, though he wasn't certain. Professor Samuels, Defense, had mentioned office hours and said nothing specific. Aberforth himself, testing the channel. Or someone else, someone watching from a position he hadn't identified yet, who decided to offer something useful without committing to it directly. "The Portrait Network," Hermione said, appearing at his other shoulder in the way she sometimes did, as if she'd been listening from across the room. "Harry. The note I gave you before term, about the headmaster's portraits. The portraits report to the current headmaster." "To Dumbledore," Harry said. "Yes." She paused. "But they also have their own memories. Their own perspectives. And under certain circumstances," she was working it out as she spoke, the thread pulling forward. "Under the ancient school charter, the founding charter, a lord of first founding has the right to address the Portrait Council directly. Without the sitting headmaster present." Harry looked at her. "It's in the charter text," she said. "Article 7. I missed it initially because it's written in Middle English and the translation is buried." She paused. "You could speak to every former headmaster portrait in Hogwarts. Alone. Without Dumbledore knowing until after." "And what would I ask them?" Harry said. "What they saw," she said simply. "What they heard. What they reported to Albus that shaped his management of you." She met his eyes. "You want to understand the architecture of what he built. The portraits are the bones of it. They've been in that office for centuries." Harry thought about the circular room behind the gargoyle. The portraits of former headmasters in their frames, dozing and watching and occasionally muttering. He thought about 16 years of Dumbledore having the most comprehensive intelligence network in Britain, living inside his own office walls. "When?" he said. "Soon," Hermione said. "Before the hearing. Before he can suspect you've thought of it and managed the portrait's access." She paused. "Tonight you're here. Tomorrow we're back at school. A beat. Saturday." "Saturday," Harry agreed. Mad-Eye Moody found Harry in the hallway at 9:30, when the evening was beginning to wind down and people were talking in the gentler registers of people who have processed something hard and arrived somewhere on the other side of it. Moody moved with his characteristic uneven gait and stopped in front of Harry and looked at him with his regular eye while his magical eye did something completely different in its socket, which was always disconcerting. "Potter," he said. "Moody," Harry said. "You talked to Dumbledore already," Moody said. "Not a question." "First week of term," Harry said. "His office." Moody's expression, which was never precisely readable, shifted slightly. "He called a meeting 2 days after that conversation," Moody said. "Order meeting. Just 4 of us, me, Minerva, Kingsley, and him. He was composed. He was completely composed." He paused. "Which was wrong? A man who's been told he's facing a formal fraud complaint in front of the Wisingamot should not be composed." "He's been composed his whole life," Harry said. "He manages from calm." "I know," Moody said. "I've watched him manage from calm for 40 years. I know what it looks like." He paused. At that meeting he said 3 things. That the audit was procedural. That the complaint would be resolved through appropriate channels. And that Harry's well-being was his primary concern. He looked at Harry directly. 3 things. One of which I believe. Harry waited. "The audit is not procedural," Moody said. "I've seen enough fraud investigations to know what a real one looks like. The Gringotts filing has the shape of a real case, the specificity, the documentation, the jurisdictional routing. That's not procedural. That's meticulous." He paused. "And the complaint won't be resolved through appropriate channels because Dumbledore controls the appropriate channels, which is exactly why you went around them." A beat. Your well-being being his primary concern, I believe that one. I think he believes it. That's what makes him dangerous. He genuinely thinks what he did was for you. I know, Harry said. Moody looked at him for a long moment with both eyes. I've been in the business of fighting dark wizards for 30 years, he said. I've watched the ministry fail repeatedly. I've watched good people make catastrophic decisions because they believed their cause justified it. He paused. What you've done with this case, the route you've taken, the documentation, the parallel filings, that's better than what most trained aurors would have managed. I had good help, Harry said. Granger, Moody said. Mostly. Smart girl. Smart approach. He turned slightly, as if about to go, then turned back. One thing. When you appear before the Wisengamot, don't win the argument. Win the room. He paused. The argument is already won. Gringotts wins the argument on documentation alone. But a room full of Wisengamot members, some of whom have spent 30 years calling Albus Dumbledore a great man, need something more than facts. They need to feel that what was done to you was done to someone they care about, not just someone they know of. He paused. You understand the difference? Yes, Harry said. Good, Moody said. And walked away. Harry stood in the hallway for a moment. Then he thought about what Moody had said and about the note in his pocket and about the portrait network in the castle walls. He thought about the room full of former headmasters' portraits, all of them with centuries of observation behind their painted eyes. He thought about what they might have seen. Bill found him just before midnight, on his way to the stairs. Bill was the most measured of the Weasley children in a way that had nothing to do with emotion and everything to do with the particular quality of someone who had spent years working in high-stakes environments where panic got people killed. I work with goblins, Bill said. Every day. I know how Gringotts works. I know how an audit works. He paused. What they've documented is airtight, Harry. I want you to know that. Not as encouragement, as a professional assessment. The record-keeping, the chain of authorization, the compound valuation. Any wizarding court in the world would accept this. Good to know, Harry said. There's something else. Bill hesitated. Something I noticed in the documents that I haven't mentioned because I wanted to check my understanding first. He paused. The vault management fees. The administrative expenses that Dumbledore charged against the estate for managing the guardianship. Harry frowned. I saw that line. Small amounts. Small amounts, Bill agreed. 200 galleons a quarter for 16 years. Nothing dramatic. Except, he paused. Those fees were charged to both the Potter estate and the Longbottom estate simultaneously, billed as separate services. But the actual estate management was minimal, a few redirected payments a year, nothing that required active management. He paused. The fee structure is a professional misrepresentation. He billed for full estate management services that were never rendered, to two separate families, for 16 years. That's a separate charge, Harry said. It's a separate charge, Bill confirmed. Small individually. But it's also the kind of thing that, in goblin law, constitutes what they call false instrument billing, which carries its own penalty category under the compact. He paused. I've sent a note to Ironforge. I thought he should know. Thank you, Harry said. I've been angry all week, Bill said. Not loudly, I'm not a loud person. But I've been, he looked for the word. He used to come to dinners. At the Burrow. Christmas, sometimes. He sat at our table and he was kind and funny and Mum was so proud to have him there. He paused. And the whole time. The whole time, Harry said. They stood in the hallway for a moment, with the house quiet around them and the old black family portrait breathing behind its curtain. I'm going to help, Bill said simply. However you need. Gringotts' professional expertise, goblin legal protocol, anything. He paused. You're going to win this. I know, Harry said. Not arrogance. Just the particular certainty of someone who has built something real and knows what it's built of. Bill nodded, and went up the stairs. Harry was the last one in the kitchen. He sat at the empty table with the documents stacked neatly in their case and a mug of cold tea he hadn't drunk, and he listened to the house settle. Molly had hugged him again before she went up. A long one. She hadn't said anything, she'd just held on. He'd let her. He sat and he thought about the evening. About Arthur's hand flat on the table. About Fred and George going quiet in a way that changed their faces completely. About Moody's specific, spare advice. About Bill cataloging fee structures in his goblin-trained mind. He thought about what Remus had said at the beginning of all this, that when it broke open, some people would need time, and that how he handled them would matter for what came after. He thought he understood it more fully now. This wasn't a war where you could afford to destroy your alliances in the process of winning a battle. The people in this kitchen tonight were going to be needed after October 29th, when the hearing was done and Dumbledore was, whatever he was going to be, and Voldemort was still there, gathering power in the dark. He picked up the leather case. He turned off the kitchen light. He stood for a moment in the dark and thought about Saturday, and the portrait gallery in Dumbledore's office, and what 16 years of painted headmasters might have to say to Lord Potter-Black-Peverell if he asked them in their own language under ancient charter rights. Then he went to bed, because tomorrow was Thursday and he had defense in the morning, and Professor Samuels pushed hard and he wanted to be ready for it. Chapter 7, Dumbledore's defense. Saturday arrived cold and overcast, the kind of October morning that reminded the castle it was old. Harry woke early, dressed without waking Ron, and was down the stairs and out of the portrait hole before 7. The school was almost entirely empty at this hour. A few prefects doing early rounds, a ghost drifting through the Transfiguration corridor without particular purpose, a cat that might have been Mrs. Norris but was moving too casually to be on duty. Harry moved through the corridors with the cloak over his arm, not wearing it, just carrying it, because he wasn't hiding and hadn't been since July, and took the route to the 7th floor that avoided the main staircase. He'd told nobody where he was going this morning. Not Hermione, not Neville. He'd thought about telling Hermione and decided against it, because what he was about to do was under the charter as a private right, Lord of First Founding addressing the Portrait Council, and having a witness changed the nature of it in ways he didn't want changed. This wasn't about evidence. This was about understanding. The gargoyle stepped aside when he arrived, the same as last time, wordless and efficient. He climbed the spiral staircase and stopped at the top. The door to Dumbledore's office was open. Dumbledore was inside. Harry stood at the threshold for a moment, taking that in. 7 in the morning on a Saturday. The old man was at his desk, writing, and the desk lamp was lit, and Fawkes was awake on his perch watching Harry in the doorway with those ember-bright eyes. The room smelled of parchment and something herbal. Dumbledore looked up. "Harry," he said, without apparent surprise. "Come in." Harry came in. He didn't sit. He stood in the center of the room and looked around at the portraits, 40 or 50 former headmasters in their frames, all of them, he noticed, awake. Not performing sleep, not pretending to be elsewhere. All awake, all watching him. Some of them he recognized from history books. Some were too old or obscure for him to place. "You knew I was coming," Harry said. "I thought you might," Dumbledore said. "The Charter Article 7 right. I've been waiting to see when you'd think of it." He set down his quill. "It was Hermione, I assume." "Yes," Harry said. He looked at the portraits again. "I came to speak with them." "I know," Dumbledore said. "I won't prevent you. That would be a charter violation, and I have committed enough of those." He paused. "But before you do, would you give me a few minutes? There's something I want to say that is different from what I said last week." Harry looked at him. The old man had aged in the 3 weeks since term started, not dramatically, but visibly, in the way that stress ages people you know well. The cursed hand was in his lap, not on the desk. He looked, for once, genuinely tired rather than performing tiredness for effect. Harry pulled up the chair and sat. "I want to show you something," Dumbledore said. He opened the top drawer of his desk and produced a small object, a pensive vial, stopped with wax. "This is a memory," he said. "I extracted it last week. I want you to watch it before we discuss anything else." He looked at Harry directly. "It is not exculpatory. I want to be clear about that. It does not excuse what I did. But it is the beginning of why, and I think you deserve to see the beginning rather than just being told about it." Harry looked at the vial. "You could have manipulated it," he said. "Not an accusation. Just the fact." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I could have. You have no way to verify I haven't." He paused. "But I haven't. You will recognize the context when you see it, and the context is verifiable against documented historical record." He held it out. Harry took it. He crossed to the pensieve, which sat in its cabinet to the left of the desk, poured the memory in, and went under. The memory was November 1st, 1981. Harry knew the date immediately from the light, the flat, grey light of a British autumn, and the specific quality of early morning. He was standing in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, in the memory, watching. Dumbledore was there, younger, though not dramatically so. The beard was still long, the robes still elaborate. But there was a quality to his posture, to his face, that was different from every version of Dumbledore that Harry knew. He looked depleted. Not devastated. Dumbledore was constitutionally incapable of the kind of open devastation that other people showed, but depleted in the way of someone who had been running on something for years and found it suddenly, unexpectedly, gone. Minerva McGonagall was there too, younger and sharper, her face raw in a way Harry had never seen on the version of her he knew. They were talking. Harry moved closer. "The boy is with the Muggles," McGonagall was saying. "Albus, that is not what the will says. You know perfectly well that is not what the will says." "I know what the will says," Dumbledore said. "Then why?" "Because Sirius Black is in Ministry custody," Dumbledore said. "Because Frank and Alice Longbottom will likely not survive the week. Because Remus Lupin is," he stopped. "Because the structures that James and Lily assumed would be in place when they wrote that will have been destroyed in a single night." "Remus is alive," McGonagall said sharply. "Remus is a werewolf in a world that has just lost the war it didn't know it was winning," Dumbledore said, and his voice was very quiet. "He would be given that child over every Ministry objection for approximately 11 days before the pressure became insurmountable. Then fight the pressure." "I intend to," Dumbledore said. He looked out the entrance hall windows at the grey November sky. "I intend to fight a great deal of pressure in the years ahead. But there is something I need to do first. Something I need to," he stopped again. "The Blood Ward, Minerva. Lily's sacrifice. I have spent 30 years studying sacrificial magic, and what she created when she chose to die for her son is the most powerful protection I have ever encountered. It requires family blood. It requires willing protection. And it requires," he closed his eyes. "It requires hardship. The ward needs the blood relationship and the love, but it also needs the child to feel the need for it. It needs to be real." "You're saying you need him to be unhappy," McGonagall said. Very flat. "I'm saying the ward requires genuine emotional conditions to maintain its potency," Dumbledore said. "That a child who was comfortable and loved and financially secure would, the ward is sustained by the contrast, Minerva. By the gap between what is there and what is not." He paused. "It is a cruel mechanism. I did not design it. Lily did not design it intentionally. But it is what it is." McGonagall was silent for a very long moment. "You're choosing this," she said finally. "I am choosing the lesser evil," Dumbledore said. That phrase, McGonagall said quietly, has been the beginning of more catastrophes than any other in recorded history. The memory blurred and Harry came up out of the pensieve and stood in the real office with water from the basin on his hands and breathed for a moment. He turned around. Dumbledore was watching him. "It's real," Harry said. "Not a question." "Yes." The blood roared. "You genuinely believed it required, that the conditions at the Dursleys were necessary to maintain the protection." "I believed it," Dumbledore said. "At the time I believed it completely. I had spent months studying Lily's magic and that was my conclusion." "Were you right?" Harry asked. The pause was very long. "No," Dumbledore said. "I was not right. I made an error of analysis. The ward required the blood relationship and the willing protection, those two elements are correct. The emotional conditions I believed were necessary were not. The ward would have held with Sirius. It would have held with Remus. It would have held with anyone who loved you and chose to protect you." He paused. "I understood this 4 years ago, when I re-examined my original calculations. I had made a fundamental error in interpreting the sacrificial magic matrix." "4 years ago," Harry said. "Yes. And you didn't, I didn't change anything," Dumbledore said. "You were 11 years old and already at Hogwarts and I told myself the damage was done and the structure was set and moving you would create disruption that," he stopped. "No. That is the rationalization. The truth is that by then the estate management had been running for 10 years and restructuring it would have required admitting to everything." He paused. "So I maintained the structure. That is the honest account." Harry sat with this. The room was very quiet. The portraits were watching. Fawkes made a low sound from his perch. "The money," Harry said. "The personal account withdrawals. The 8 million. Was that operational or personal?" Dumbledore looked at his hands. "Partly operational," he said. "The payments to ministry officials, the order funding, those were operational. They were drawn in my name because using estate accounts directly would have raised questions I wasn't prepared to answer." A pause. "The personal account accumulation, the steady quarterly transfers, that was operational initially. Over time it became," he paused again. "It became something else. Convenience. Habit. I am not going to construct a justification for it, Harry. It was wrong. It was straightforwardly wrong." "Yes," Harry said. "I want to ask you something," Dumbledore said. "Ask." "If you had known everything at 11. The estate, the heritage, the legal standing, the bloodline. If you had come to Hogwarts knowing all of it." He looked at Harry steadily. "What would you have done differently?" It was a real question. Not rhetorical, not manipulative. Harry thought about it seriously, because it deserved seriousness. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I might have made different choices. I might have pushed back more. I might have spent my first year investigating the Potter accounts instead of flying a broomstick." He paused. "But that's not the point. The point is that they were my choices to make. Whatever I would have done, right or wrong, wise or foolish, they were mine. You took them." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "And the greater good argument," Harry said. "The argument you'll make at the Wizengamot. That what you did was in service of a cause that genuinely needed to be served." Dumbledore leaned back slightly. "It is not an argument I intend to make in those terms," he said. Harry looked at him. "I have been considering my options since July," Dumbledore said. "Since the Gringotts notification." He paused. "The greater good is a framework I used for 50 years. It is a framework that has led me to correct conclusions and to catastrophic errors. I have been, reconsidering its utility as a framework." He paused. "At the Wizengamot, I intend to concede the financial charges. All of them. The management, the disbursements, the personal account transfers. Harry was very still. "You're going to plead guilty," he said. "I am going to acknowledge the facts as documented," Dumbledore said. "I will address the reasoning, because the reasoning is part of the record and the Wisengamot deserves to understand it. But I will not contest the factual findings." He paused. "What they do with that is for them to determine." Harry looked at him for a long time. He was trying to identify whether this was another form of management, a strategic concession designed to control the outcome of the hearing, to position Dumbledore as the man who accepted responsibility and therefore deserved leniency. It might be. He honestly couldn't tell. He thought it might also be real. That the old man, at 115 years old, having lived through 2 wars and the deaths of everyone he loved and the long, accumulated weight of 50 years of decisions made alone in the dark, had arrived at something genuine. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked. "Today. Before the hearing." "Because you deserve to hear it from me before you hear it in a courtroom," Dumbledore said. "And because," he paused, and what happened in his face was the hardest thing Harry had watched him do in 6 years of watching him. "Because I owe you an honest account. Not a managed one. You have always deserved honesty from me and you have never received it, and that is the thing I regret most in all of this. Not the money. Not the legal exposure. The fact that I looked at a boy who trusted me completely and I decided his trust was a resource to be managed rather than a relationship to be honored." The room was completely silent. Harry looked at the portraits. They were all awake, all watching, and the oldest ones, the medieval headmasters whose names Harry didn't know, had expressions that suggested they had been waiting a long time to hear something like this said in this room. "The portraits," Harry said. "They've reported to you everything they've seen in this office over the years." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I want to talk to them," Harry said. "That's why I came this morning. I'm not going to stop wanting that because of this conversation." "I know," Dumbledore said. "And I won't stop you." He paused. "I'll leave the room if you want me to." Harry thought about it. "Stay," he said. "I want you to hear what they say." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment, and then he nodded, and something in his face accepted the weight of that. Harry stood in the center of the room and addressed the portraits directly. Not the nearest ones, the center of the room, so his voice reached all of them. "I am Harry James Potter," he said. "Lord of House Potter-Black-Peverell, claimant of the first founding line. Under Article 7 of the Hogwarts Founding Charter, I address the Portrait Council of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and ask that you speak to me freely and honestly about what you have witnessed." The room responded. Not dramatically, no magic flared, no light. But the quality of attention in the frames sharpened, and then one portrait spoke. An older woman, Elizabethan robes, strong face. "Headmistress Millicent Bagnold," she said. "Not my own tenure, I hang here by tradition." She paused. "We have watched the boy since his first year. We were asked to report on his development, his abilities, his magical growth. We reported. We reported to Albus at the end of each term." "What did you report?" Harry asked. She looked at Dumbledore for a moment, then back at Harry. "That he was stronger than expected. That his magic was responsive in ways that suggested the bloodline was active at a deep level, even without training. That by 3rd year his Patronus work indicated a fully actualized emotional core, unusually early." She paused. "That he would surpass most of what we had seen if he was given proper instruction." "Did Dumbledore act on that?" Harry asked. "He adjusted the defense curriculum," another portrait said. A man Harry didn't recognize, with a 17th century ruff. In Harry's 3rd year. He recommended Remus Lupin specifically because Remus would push him toward competency without pushing him toward power. He paused. The distinction was deliberate. "He wanted me competent but not powerful," Harry said. "He wanted you capable enough to survive the confrontation he'd planned, the Elizabethan headmistress said. Not so powerful that you'd begin questioning the framing of it. Harry absorbed this. He looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting very still in his chair with his hands folded and his expression the specific, controlled neutrality of a man sitting inside a comprehensive account of his own decisions. Was there a point, Harry said to the portraits, where you reported something that surprised him? Something he hadn't anticipated? A pause. Then a portrait at the far left, ancient, 15th century, barely visible in the dim frame, said in a voice like dry leaves, 4th year. The tournament. When you survived the graveyard. We reported to him that night, the magical signature of your return, the quality of it. The way you came back through the portkey. A pause. There was a moment, very brief, where we saw something in his face that we had not seen before. What? Harry asked. Fear, the old portrait said. Not fear of the Dark Lord. Fear of you. A pause. Fear that he had miscalculated. That what he had been managing was larger than his management. That the boy was not the piece he had believed him to be. The room held that. He saw it that night, Harry said. He saw it, the old portrait confirmed. And then he arranged his face and he went into the hospital wing to speak to you and he was Dumbledore again. A pause. But we saw it. Harry looked at the old man. Dumbledore was looking at his hands. Not refusing to look up, genuinely looking at his hands, at the cursed one and the ordinary one, as if seeing them clearly for perhaps the first time. Did you know? Harry asked him. Not about the portrait report, about the underlying question. That night. Did you know then that you'd been wrong? I suspected it, Dumbledore said quietly. I refused the suspicion for another year. And then the Department of Mysteries and he stopped. I refused it for another year after that. He paused. The resurrection stone. When I found the ring, when I understood what it was, I put it on. Knowing I shouldn't. Knowing the curse was waiting. He looked up. I told myself I needed to understand it. That I needed to control all three Hallows before, he stopped. The truth is I put it on because I wanted my sister back. For 50 years I wanted my sister back. His voice had gone very quiet. I am not above the desires I have spent 50 years telling others they must master. The silence after that was the longest one yet. Ariana, Harry said. Yes. You've been punishing yourself for her death your entire life, Harry said. It wasn't a question. And somewhere in that punishment you decided that your suffering was the price of being allowed to make enormous decisions on behalf of everyone else. He paused. That's not penance. That's just guilt wearing the clothes of authority. Dumbledore looked at him. You can't buy the right to manage people's lives with your own grief, Harry said. It doesn't work like that. The grief is yours. The decisions about my life are mine. He paused. Those are two separate things and they've never had anything to do with each other. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. In the frames, the painted headmasters watched, and some of them had expressions that looked almost like approval, and some of them looked like men and women who had sat in this room for centuries waiting to hear this particular truth said plainly. You're right, Dumbledore said. Simply. 2 words without anything built around them. Harry stood in the center of the circular room with the portraits and the spinning instruments and Fawkes on his perch, and he felt the truth of the moment without either triumph or grief. It was the feeling of something that had been waiting a long time to be said being finally, cleanly said. I want you to know something, Harry said. Before October 29th. Before the Wisengamot. Tell me. I'm not doing this to destroy you, Harry said. I'm doing this because I was owed the truth and because other people, Neville, Augusta, others we don't know about yet, were also owed something they didn't receive. And because systems that let this happen need to know that they let it happen. He paused. But I'm also still going to fight Voldemort. I'm still going to do what needs to be done. I haven't lost sight of that. I know you haven't, Dumbledore said. That is, he paused. That is perhaps the most extraordinary thing about you, Harry. Not your magic. Not the bloodline. The fact that after everything, your instinct is still to protect people. A pause. I did not give you that. I tried to manage it. But I did not give it to you. My parents gave it to me, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. They did. Harry stayed in the office for another hour, talking to the portraits. Not all of them had relevant things to say, some were too ancient to have context, some had only watched specific years, but enough of them gave him enough that by the time he left the office he had a complete picture of what Dumbledore's intelligence network inside Hogwarts had looked like, what it had produced, and how it had shaped 16 years of decisions. He left with his own notes, written on parchment he'd brought with him. He left with the memory of Dumbledore's face in the moment of the portrait's honesty, the specific dignity of a man who had decided not to flinch from what was being said about him. He descended the spiral staircase and went past the gargoyle and walked down the 7th-floor corridor toward the stairs, and he was almost at the main staircase landing when Professor Samuels appeared from the defense office doorway. "Mr. Potter," she said. "A moment." He stopped. She looked at him with the careful eyes of someone who had been in the Department of Mysteries for a decade and had learned to read situations with precision. "I sent you something," she said. "A few weeks ago. Through a channel that wasn't mine to use formally." "The note about the portraits," Harry said. "Yes." She paused. "I was told you might need it. By someone who wanted to be useful without being visible." She paused again. "I won't say who. But they wanted you to know that not everyone in positions of institutional authority has spent 16 years looking the other way." She met his eyes. "Some of us have been waiting for someone with sufficient standing to actually do something." "Why didn't you do something?" Harry asked. Not unkindly. Genuinely. "Because I had no standing and no proof," she said. "Because the Ministry and the Board and the Wisingamot all required the kind of documentation that only Gringotts could produce, and Gringotts couldn't produce it until you came of age." She paused. "You were the keystone, Mr. Potter. Not in the way Dumbledore meant. In the sense that without your legal standing, the whole case couldn't be filed." She paused. "You're aware that the hearing is going to be difficult. That there are members of the Wisingamot who will resist." "Moody told me something useful about that," Harry said. "He's an intelligent man under the paranoia," Samuel said. "What did he say?" "Don't win the argument," Harry said. "Win the room." She nodded. "That's right." She paused. "And you know the difference?" "Getting clearer," Harry said. She nodded again, and stepped back into her office, and Harry went down the stairs. He found Hermione in the library, as always, and he sat across from her and put his notes on the table. She looked at the notes, then at his face. "The portraits?" "And Dumbledore," Harry said. She went still. "He was there. He was there from the beginning. He knew I was coming." Harry paused. "He's going to concede the charges. At the hearing. He told me this morning." Hermione sat back. "That changes the shape of the proceedings," she said carefully. "Does it change the outcome?" Harry asked. She thought. "No," she said. "The financial restitution is fixed by the compact regardless of plea. The board review is triggered independently. The precedent is established whether he contests it or concedes it." She paused. "What it changes is the room's emotional temperature." She looked at Harry. "If he concedes, he controls the narrative of his own accounting. He becomes the man who admitted fault rather than the man who was found out." "I know," Harry said. "And that might be his best strategic move," she said. "The concession softens the room. It makes punishment feel less necessary to people who want to believe he's a good man." It might also be genuine, Harry said. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Do you think it is? Harry thought about the memory in the pensieve. About the flat November light and the young Dumbledore's depleted face. About a man standing in an office at 7 in the morning on a Saturday, alone, waiting for a conversation he knew was coming, with a vial of extracted memory in his desk drawer. I think, Harry said slowly, that he has spent his entire adult life inside a framework where his own intelligence and his own suffering gave him the right to make decisions for everyone else. And I think the framework is breaking. I think it started breaking in the graveyard in 4th year and it's been breaking since. He paused. I don't know if that's the same as genuine. But I think it's real. Hermione looked at the table for a moment. What did the portrait say? Everything, Harry said. Including that he was afraid of me after the graveyard. That he saw it that night, that what he'd been managing was larger than his management, and he was afraid. Hermione looked up. He was afraid of you, she said. At 14. Apparently. And his response to being afraid was to keep managing you more carefully, she said. To adjust the curriculum, to maintain the guardianship, she stopped. That's actually more frightening than simple malice. Much more, Harry said. Because it means every time the evidence showed him he was wrong, Hermione said, he used it to double down. She paused. And the only thing that broke through that was the legal mechanism that went entirely around his authority. She looked at Harry. Gringotts. Gringotts, Harry agreed. And you finding Article 7. She almost smiled. And me finding Article 7. She pushed her notes aside. Harry. You need to know something about the hearing. What? I've been modeling the Wizengamot composition, she said. The current membership, their voting records, their political alignments. Kingsley's intelligence about Fudge's maneuvering. She pulled a sheet from her pile. Even with Fudge's emergency appointments, even with Dumbledore's sympathizers, the numbers look like, if the case is presented well, if Augusta testifies, if you speak as Lord Potter-Black-Peverell and the room feels it the way Moody says they need to, the numbers look favorable. How favorable? Harry asked. Not unanimous, she said honestly. There will be members who vote against the penalties on the basis of Dumbledore's contributions to the wizarding world. There will be abstentions from people who can't bring themselves to vote either way on Albus Dumbledore. She paused. But the majority, the restitution order, the removal from the Chief Warlock's seat, the banking restrictions, I think the majority holds. She paused. I think we win. Harry picked up his notes. We've already won, he said. Whatever the Wizengamot decides, the audit is public record. The guardianship instrument is public record. The will is declassified the moment I file the first founding petition, which goes in on Monday. He paused. Everyone knows. Once everyone knows, the structure he built collapses regardless of what the Wizengamot votes. Hermione looked at him. You thought of that before you filed, she said. The publication of the audit. You knew the public knowledge was the real outcome. Ragnok thought of it, Harry said honestly. He told me in the first meeting. We want it to be airtight. He didn't just mean legally. He meant publicly. Permanently. He paused. The money is important. The precedent is important. But the thing that actually protects future children from this is the public record that it happened. The Beecham letter, Hermione said. She'd read it when Harry showed her. The Beecham letter, Harry confirmed. His great-grandmother. No mechanism, no path, no remedy. He paused. After October 29th there's a mechanism. That's what we're actually building. Hermione was quiet for a moment, and then she did something unexpected. She reached across the table and put her hand over his for a moment, brief and complete, and then she picked up her quill and went back to work. Harry opened his notes and worked beside her. Outside the library windows, the October sky was low and gray and the grounds were scattered with the first fallen leaves, bronze and rust, driven against the castle walls by a cold wind coming off the mountains. 3 weeks had passed since September 1st. 5 days remained until October 29th. In the castle walls, the portraits of 47 former headmasters of Hogwarts held their silence, and waited. Chapter 8, The Greater Good. October 29th arrived the way important days always do, without fanfare, without the world pausing to acknowledge it, the morning simply appearing grey and cold and ordinary through the dormitory window at 6 o'clock while Ron slept and the castle breathed around Harry in its old, stone way. He dressed carefully. The new robes, properly fitted, deep charcoal grey, no Dumbledore's school colours, no Gryffindor red, just the colour of someone who had decided who they were outside of the categories assigned to them. He put his mother's letter in his inside pocket. He picked up the leather case from under his bed, where it had been since he'd brought it back from Grimmauld Place. He took the cloak, folded it, and put it in the case, not because he needed it but because it was his and it belonged with him. He looked around the dormitory for a moment. The familiar mess of Ron's bedside table. Neville's plant cuttings lined up on the windowsill. The sound of the castle waking below. Then he went downstairs. Hermione was already in the common room. She'd been there a while, the chair was warm and she had 3 feet of notes in her lap and a cup of tea that was actually still hot, which meant she hadn't been there as long as she sometimes was. She looked up when he came down and gave him the look she'd been giving him since July, the look that had been recalibrating continuously for 3 months as each new layer of the situation revealed itself, and had arrived somewhere solid. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Ready," Harry said. And meant it. Neville came down 5 minutes later, in his own good robes, with Augusta's latest letter in his hand. She'd written yesterday to say she was already in London, had met with her solicitor the evening before, and expected to be at the Wisingamot chamber by 8. The letter ended with, "Conduct yourself as a Longbottom, Neville." Which means conduct yourself without apology. Neville had read it twice and looked slightly taller each time. They ate breakfast early, the hall still half empty at 7, the head table occupied only by McGonagall and Flitwick and Professor Samuels, who looked at Harry once across the room with the specific expression of someone who knew exactly what day it was and what it required. McGonagall came to the Gryffindor table before they'd finished eating. She stood beside Harry and said, in the low, precise voice she used when she was being entirely herself rather than performing Transfiguration teacher, "The portkeys are arranged for 8:15 from my office. Sirius has confirmed his arrival at the Ministry." She paused. "I will be attending the public gallery." Harry looked up at her. "Professor, I have been at this school for 34 years, she said. "I have watched Albus Dumbledore run it with genuine admiration for most of that time." She paused. "I also gave you a portkey to Grimmauld Place 3 weeks ago and I arranged study weekends for you and Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom on 4 separate occasions since term started, and I think we are past the point where you should be surprised by where I stand." She straightened. 8:15. "Don't be late." She went back to the head table. Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder with a full plate and the look of someone who had been awake since Harry left the dormitory. "I'm coming to the gallery too," he said. "Hermione already arranged it." "Don't argue." "I wasn't going to," Harry said. "Good," Ron said, and sat down and started eating. The Ministry of Magic at 8:45 in the morning was the ministry at its most crowded, the workday rush of witches and wizards in robes moving through the atrium, the golden fountain sending its arc of water upward, the queues at the security desk. Harry had been here enough times in enough different circumstances that the building no longer felt intimidating in the architectural sense. It was just a building. A large, bureaucratic, occasionally corrupt building where people worked. He came through the floor with Hermione and Neville and found Sirius waiting in the atrium, in robes that were technically appropriate for a formal Wisingamot proceeding and actually made him look like himself rather than like someone dressed up for something, which was the best Sirius had ever managed in formal wear. Beside him was Remus, and beside Remus was Kingsley, who had sent word 2 days ago that Fudge had indeed attempted 3 emergency Wisengamot appointments and that 2 of them had been challenged successfully by Ragnok under the Compact's anti-interference clause. Ironforge was there too, with his charcoal suit and his leather cases, looking like a man about to argue the most satisfying case of his career. Behind him, 2 junior goblin solicitors carrying additional documentation. Augusta Longbottom was magnificent. There was no other word for it. She was in her best robes, deep green, severe, the Longbottom family crest on the brooch at her throat, and she stood with the absolute stillness of a woman who had decided exactly what this day required of her and had been building toward it since she read that first Gringotts letter. She looked at Harry when he arrived and gave him a single nod that communicated more than most speeches. Tonks appeared from the security queue, slightly breathless, in robes that were almost entirely correctly buttoned. Fred and George appeared behind her, in their Weasley's Wizard Wheezes dress robes, which were excellent and also probably technically not permitted in a Wisengamot proceeding, and neither of them seemed to care in the slightest. Molly and Arthur came last, through the flue, together. Molly had dressed with the careful formality of someone who understood the weight of where they were going. Arthur had his hand at the small of her back. She found Harry in the group and came to him and held his face in both hands for a moment, the way she sometimes did, just looking at him. "You're going to be wonderful," she said. "I'm just going to tell the truth," Harry said. "That's what I mean," Molly said, and let him go. The Wisengamot chamber was below ground level, accessible via lift and then a long corridor lined with the carved names of every chief warlock in recorded history. Harry walked that corridor and read the names and felt the weight of the institution around him, the same institution that had convicted Sirius without trial, that had held Umbridge's education decrees, that had bent and flexed and failed in all the ways institutions fail when the people inside them are afraid or compromised or simply too comfortable with the status quo. He also felt the weight of something older, the charter rights in his pocket, the Peverell bloodline confirmed in golden water, the names of 4 houses that had existed before this corridor was built. The chamber doors were tall, dark wood banded with iron, the Wisengamot seal carved at eye height. 2 Aurors stood guard. They checked names against a list without comment and stood aside. Inside, the chamber was filling. The tiered seating was arranged in a semicircle around a central floor, rising steeply, perhaps 200 seats, the Wisengamot members in their plum-colored robes settling into assigned positions, the public gallery behind a glass partition at the back already half full. Harry found Sirius at his shoulder and Hermione at his other side and he walked to the respondents' area, the open floor at the chamber's center, and stopped. The chief warlock's seat at the head of the chamber was occupied by a woman Harry didn't recognize, an older witch with cropped gray hair and a face that suggested she'd been in enough of these proceedings to take none of them lightly. She'd been appointed as acting chief warlock for the duration of the hearing, by Ragnok's insistence under the compact, since the sitting chief warlock was the subject of the proceedings. Dumbledore was already in the room. He sat in the respondent's chair, the single chair on the chamber floor that faced the full-tiered semicircle, in his deep purple robes with the half-moon glasses and the long beard and the expression of a man who had been in rooms like this before and had never, until now, been sitting in that particular chair. He was very still. He looked, as he always looked, like himself. Whatever the hearing was going to cost him, he was going to be himself while it cost him. Harry looked at him across the chamber floor. Dumbledore looked back. No warmth, no performed wisdom, no management. Just 2 people who had said the important things already and were here now for the formal consequence. Harry took his position to the right of the floor, with Ironforge and his cases arranged efficiently at a small table nearby. Neville stood with Augusta Longbottom to the left. Ragnok himself, which Harry hadn't fully expected, hadn't known to expect, was at the far end of the chamber floor, beside the acting chief warlock's bench, in formal goblin court attire that made his charcoal suit look casual. Fudge was in the Wisengamot seats in his ministerial robes, halfway up the left tier, with the expression of a man who had run every calculation available to him and didn't like any of the answers. Umbridge was not present. Kingsley had sent a quiet note 2 days ago, Umbridge has taken emergency leave. Unknown destination. Harry had read it and moved on. The acting chief warlock called the chamber to order. Ironforge presented for 40 minutes. It was the cleanest, most comprehensive piece of legal argument Harry had ever witnessed, and he'd watched enough of them in the preceding months to have a basis for comparison. Ironforge moved through the documentation with the precision of someone who had spent 14 months building toward exactly this moment: the guardianship instrument, the renewals, the withdrawal categories, the compound valuations, the Longbottom parallel, the classified will, the forged authorizations. He presented the numbers in full. 62,741,000 galleons. That was the final audit figure, including recovered investment value and compound interest on misappropriated assets. He said it once, clearly, and let it sit in the chamber air. The chamber was very quiet during the presentation. The plum-colored robes didn't rustle. The gallery didn't murmur. The specific silence of a room that is processing something that is both unexpected and exactly what they should have expected. When Ironforge finished, he sat. Ragnok stood. The Goblin Financial Compact of 1397, Ragnok said, and his voice in the chamber had a quality that didn't require amplification, the voice of someone speaking from several centuries of institutional authority, exists for precisely these circumstances. The protection of account holders who have been subject to misappropriation by parties empowered to act on their behalf. This case represents the most severe instance of such misappropriation in the Compact's recorded history. Gringotts seeks full restitution, treble damages under Compact Article 14, and the permanent revocation of the respondent's banking privileges. He paused. We also formally notify this chamber that the Compact requires the automatic referral of the respondent's case to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for criminal investigation. This notification was submitted to the DMLE this morning. Fudge, in the upper tier, had the look of a man watching a wall fall toward him. Augusta Longbottom testified next. She stood on the chamber floor and she was magnificent, as she'd been in the atrium, but in a different register, not imposing, not defensive, just entirely, completely honest. She described the conversations with Dumbledore about the Longbottom estate. She described the healer consultations she'd been told the estate couldn't fund. She described her own deference, the word she chose was deference, and the way she said it made it sound like something she'd been examining from every angle for 3 weeks. I deferred to Albus Dumbledore, she said, because he was Albus Dumbledore. Because that name has carried a specific weight in our world for 50 years and I am not immune to weight. She paused. My son and his wife are in St. Mungo's Hospital. They have been there for 15 years. 2 specialist healers have now confirmed, on review, that private consultations might have altered their prognosis. She looked across the chamber. The estate that was meant to fund those consultations was being used for other purposes. I want this chamber to understand what I am describing in human terms, not legal ones. 2 people who should have received better care did not receive it. Because of choices made without my knowledge or consent. She paused. That is not strategy. That is not the greater good. That is a man deciding that his purposes mattered more than Frank and Alice Longbottom. She sat down. Neville, in the gallery, was looking at the floor. The acting chief warlock invited the respondent to speak. Dumbledore stood. He was very tall in the chamber, even at 115, even with the physical diminishment of the cursed hand and the weight of the last 3 months. He stood on the chamber floor and looked at 200 Wizengamot members arranged around him in a semicircle, and he said nothing for a moment, not performing silence, just arriving at what he'd decided to say. The documentation presented by Gringotts is accurate, he said. I will not contest a single item of the financial record. What was done, and the numbers are correct. He paused. I want to address the reasoning. Not to justify it. The chamber should hear the reasoning because the reasoning is part of the record and because the people in this room deserve to understand how someone arrives at these decisions, so that the record will serve as a warning rather than simply a verdict. He spoke for 20 minutes. He described the blood ward and his error in its interpretation, completely, without softening it. He described the classified will and the decision to override it. He described the guardianship instrument and the 16 years of renewals. He described the estate management and the disbursements and the personal account accumulations. He described all of it in the same dry, precise language of self-accounting, the language of a man who had decided that the least he owed this room was honesty. And then he said, I believed, for 50 years, that I had the right to make decisions of enormous consequence for other people because my intelligence, my experience, and my suffering gave me an understanding they lacked. That belief has caused harm. Documented, quantifiable harm, to real people, to the boy Harry Potter and to Frank Longbottom's son and to others whose names may yet emerge from this record. He paused. I am not going to stand in this chamber and tell you that the war was not real, or that Voldemort was not dangerous, or that the decisions I made were without strategic basis. They had strategic basis. That strategic basis was wrong in the ways it has been described. But I want the chamber to understand one thing clearly. He looked at the full semicircle. I genuinely believed I was doing the right thing. I want you to find that as disturbing as I now find it myself. The chamber was completely silent. What I did to Harry Potter, he said, and his voice changed, not breaking but shifting into something that had more weight than everything that had preceded it, was not done from malice. It was done from the certainty that I knew better than he did what his life should contain. That certainty was the error. Not the intelligence behind it, not the strategic analysis, the certainty itself. The belief that any individual, regardless of wisdom or experience or intention, has the right to strip another person of their choices because they believe they know the outcome better. He paused. That is the greater good argument. And I am standing here to tell you that it is wrong. Not wrong in its application. Wrong in its foundation. The greater good is not a framework. It is a rationalization. He paused. I have spent 50 years discovering this by degrees. I wish I had understood it at the beginning. He sat down. The silence held. Then the acting chief warlock said, Lord Potter-Black-Peverell. The chamber recognizes your first founding right of address. Harry stood. He walked to the center of the floor and he stood there, 16 years old, in properly fitted charcoal robes, with his mother's letter in his inside pocket and the leather case on the table behind him and 200 Wisengamot members watching, and he let the room see him for a moment before he said anything. Not performing. Just standing, the way Moody had described, not winning the argument, winning the room. When I was 1 year old, he said, my parents were murdered. They left a will. The will named Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Frank and Alice Longbottom as my guardians. They made this choice deliberately, because they knew a war was coming and they wanted me to be raised by people who loved me specifically rather than people who needed me strategically. He paused. That will was sealed by ministry classification within 24 hours of my parents' deaths. I read it for the first time 2 weeks ago. He paused. I'm going to say that again for the people in the back. I read my parents' will for the first time 2 weeks ago. I am 16 years old. He let that land. I grew up in a house where I was not wanted. Not because of circumstance. Not because no alternatives existed. Because someone decided my discomfort was a useful tool and my ignorance of my own heritage was a useful condition. He paused. The person who made that decision is sitting on this floor. He has already acknowledged the facts, and I believe his acknowledgement is genuine. I want you to know that I believe that. He paused. It doesn't change the accounting. He walked a slow turn, not theatrical, just moving, so the whole chamber could see his face. The money is the measurable part, he said. 62 million galleons. That number means something concrete. It funds healer consultations that 2 people didn't receive. It funds the education that was deliberately kept narrow. It funds the options that were deliberately kept unavailable. He paused. But the money is not the whole accounting. The whole accounting is harder to quantify. He stopped walking. The accounting is a boy who went to school for 5 years not knowing he owned 4 houses, 2 of which he'd never seen. It's a boy who was told every summer that he should be grateful for burnt toast in a small locked bedroom because he had nothing and no one. It's a boy who stood at a train platform at 11 years old not knowing how to get through a wall because no one in his life had thought to tell him. He paused. It's Neville Longbottom visiting his parents in St. Mungo's every Christmas and not understanding why they can't come home. In the gallery, he didn't look at Neville. He didn't need to. He could feel the quality of attention in the chamber shift. I am not asking this chamber to punish Albus Dumbledore, Harry said. That sounds surprising, probably. But I mean it. I'm not here for punishment. I'm here because the law requires a reckoning and because the people who were harmed deserve a public, formal record of what was done to them. I'm here because future children we don't know, in situations we haven't imagined, deserve to have a mechanism that protects them when the adults around them fail. He paused. The Goblin Financial Compact exists for this. I am standing here because Ragnok and Ironforge built a case that is airtight, and they built it because they care about the integrity of their institution and the protection of their account holders. I am standing here because Hermione Granger found Article 7 of this school's charter in a library at midnight. He paused. I am standing here because my parents wrote a will and because truth has a way of eventually becoming visible regardless of how carefully it's managed. He stopped in the center of the floor. This chamber exists to make things right when they go wrong, he said. I'm asking you to do that. Fully. Completely. For the record that outlasts all of us. He looked at the full semicircle, the plum-colored robes, the old faces, the ones who were with him and the ones who weren't. That's all. He walked back to his position. The silence lasted for 3 seconds and then the chamber began to move, the rustling of robes, the clearing of throats, the low murmur of 200 people processing simultaneously. Sirius, at the side of the chamber floor, wasn't managing his expression at all. He wasn't crying. Sirius Black did not cry in the Whisked chamber, evidently, but he was looking at Harry with the full, undisguised weight of everything he felt, and Harry looked back for one moment, just one, and nodded. The deliberation took 45 minutes. Harry sat at his table and Hermione sat beside him and they didn't talk. There was nothing left to say. The case was made. The evidence was presented. Dumbledore had conceded. Augusta had spoken. Harry had spoken. The room had heard everything that the room needed to hear. Neville came to sit with them partway through and the 3 of them sat in a row, not touching, not talking, just present, while the chamber deliberated above them in the gallery and 200 witches and wizards decided what the reckoning looked like. Harry thought about the note in his inside pocket. Don't let anyone make you small. He thought about his father in a memory walking the Hogwarts corridors 17 years old, reckless and bright. He thought about his mother in a potions lab, the most talented natural student Slughorn had ever taught, finding the time to write a letter to a son she didn't know if she'd live to raise. He thought about Voldemort, somewhere in England, rebuilding. Moving pieces. Gathering the kind of power that didn't have a Gringotts audit. That was the next thing. That was what came after this room. He was ready for that too. The chamber reconvened. The acting Chief Warlock stood. The vote was 147 in favor of full restitution and penalty. 39 against. 14 abstentions. Full restitution, 62,741,000 galleons, plus treble damages under Compact Article 14. Total financial penalty, approximately 188 million galleons. Permanent revocation of Gringotts banking privileges. Removal from the position of Chief Warlock of the Whisked, effective immediately. Mandatory referral to the DMLE for criminal investigation of misappropriation of a minor's estate. The Hogwarts headmastership was referred to the Board of Governors for determination, separate from these proceedings, to be resolved within 30 days. The acting Chief Warlock read each item in a clear, steady voice and the chamber held each one without sound. Dumbledore sat in his chair and received each item with the same controlled stillness he'd maintained throughout. When the last item was read he nodded once, a small motion, the acknowledgement of a man who had known this was coming and had decided to meet it standing upright. Then Ragnok stood, at the far end of the chamber floor, and said, "Gringotts acknowledges the chamber's determination and will execute the restitution order within 48 hours. The full estate accounts of Lord Potter-Black-Peverell and the Longbottom family will be restored to their correct values by noon on October 31st. He paused. Gringotts further advises that the precedent established today has been formally entered into the Goblin legal record and will be published in the next quarterly compact bulletin, available to all registered vault holders and their representatives." He looked at Harry. The mechanism is now public. The Beecham letter, in Harry's inside pocket with his mother's. He thought about the great-grandmother. About 17 years of no remedy. About the families who'd come before and found only closed doors. The mechanism is now public. He looked at Ironforge, who was already packing the leather cases with methodical satisfaction, and said quietly, "Good work." Ironforge allowed himself something that was almost a smile. "It was a pleasure," he said. "In 30 years, Mr. Potter, I have never worked a cleaner case." In the corridor outside the chamber, the aftermath was organized chaos. Reporters had been in the gallery and were already moving toward the exits with their quick quotes quills and their expressions of people with a story they'd be writing for hours. Kingsley was talking quietly with the acting chief warlock. Augusta Longbottom was standing very straight with her hand on Neville's arm and something on her face that was complicated and real and probably wouldn't be fully processed for weeks. Molly found Harry immediately. She held on for a long time. Arthur shook his hand. His grip was firm and his eyes were bright with something that wasn't quite grief and wasn't quite pride and was probably both. Fred and George appeared on either side of him simultaneously, one of the things they did that Harry had never successfully explained to non-twins, and said nothing, which was more expressive than anything they could have said. Ginny, who had been in the gallery, appeared through the crowd and looked at him with a directness that was entirely hers. "You did it," she said. "We did it," Harry said. "You mostly did it," she said. "Don't be modest. It's tedious." Remus was last. He found Harry near the corridor entrance, in a moment of relative quiet between the departing crowds. "James and Lily," Remus said. "Just that. Like those two names were all the sentence he needed." "I know," Harry said. Remus pulled him into a brief, fierce embrace, brief because he wasn't demonstrative, fierce because 16 years of grief had somewhere to go now. Then he stepped back and straightened his coat and looked at Harry with those tired, luminous eyes. "What happens now?" he asked. Harry thought about the next thing. The real thing. The reason the money and the legal standing and the resources mattered, not as ends in themselves but as the foundation for what was coming. "Now," Harry said, "I get to work." Sirius was waiting outside the ministry, in the cold October afternoon, in the long queue of people waiting for the exit apparition points. He was leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets looking at the middle distance, and when Harry came out of the building he pushed off the wall and fell into step beside him. They walked in silence for a moment, away from the crowd, toward the edge of the apparition area. "How do you feel?" Sirius asked. "Like it's done," Harry said. "And like the next thing is starting." "Voldemort," Sirius said. "Voldemort," Harry confirmed. "We have resources now," Sirius said. "Actual resources. Not managed, not rationed. Yours." "Yes. And the order is, reconfigured," Sirius said. "It's not Dumbledore's order anymore. I don't know exactly what it is yet." "It's ours," Harry said. "It's the people who chose to be there." He paused. "Dumbledore can still be part of that. If he wants to be. On different terms." Sirius looked at him. "You'd work with him. He knows more about Horcruxes than anyone alive," Harry said. "And he knows Voldemort better than anyone who isn't me." Yes. I'd work with him. He paused. On different terms. They reached the apparition point. The sky was the grey-white of late October, the London air cold and carrying the first suggestion of winter. I want to see the Peverell vault, Harry said. Not today. Soon. I want to sit in there with the Peverell book and understand what the magic actually is, what the bloodline carries beyond the legal standing and the historical claim. The book described it. He paused. I felt it in the ritual, in the basin. I want to understand it properly. That's the magic, Sirius said. Not a question, a recognition. The way he'd said James in the leaky cauldron 3 months ago. The depth to things. Your mother knew about it. She wrote about it, Harry said. He touched his inside pocket. She said I'd feel it. That the world is older than other people experience it. He paused. She was right. I have been feeling it. Since the ritual, since the basin, I've been feeling it and I haven't known what to do with it. Train it, Sirius said simply. The same way you trained your Patronus. The same way you built the DA. He paused. You've never had a problem learning magic when someone gave you the space to do it. No one's ever given me the space, Harry said. No, Sirius agreed. But you've got it now. Harry looked at him, this man who had lost 12 years to an injustice that the same system had just partially addressed, who still carried the cost of Azkaban in the lines of his face, who had run across the country as a dog to stand outside Hogwarts gates every week for 3 months. Thank you, Harry said. For all of it. The beginning of term, Grimmauld Place, the whole 3 months. You're my godson, Sirius said. There's no thank you required. He paused. But you're welcome. A beat. Also, for what it's worth, you were brilliant in there. The speech. Moody was right about winning the room. The room was ready to be won, Harry said. Maybe, Sirius said. But you had to show up and say the words for it to land. He looked up at the October sky. James would have been furious about the cupboard. For about 3 days, very hot and very loud. And then he would have done exactly what you did. Built the case. Made it stick. He paused. The patience surprised me. But the outcome wouldn't have. Harry didn't say anything for a moment. The cold air moved between them and the street was ordinary around them, muggles passing unaware, the world continuing. He thought about Voldemort in his cold somewhere. He thought about the Horcruxes. He and Hermione and Neville had been meeting on Sunday evenings since October to map what they knew, and the map was incomplete but growing, and the resources available for the search had just increased by approximately 188 million galleons. He thought about the Peverell vault and the white wand on its cloth and the cracked stone and what the book said about the nature of the magic and what it meant to be the descendant of men who had stood at the border of death and chosen to walk back. He thought about a prophecy that said neither can live while the other survives, and he thought about the difference between being aimed at that truth by someone else's hand and walking toward it with your own. He thought about all the people who would come after him. The children who hadn't been born yet, who would grow up in whatever world emerged from what was coming. The ones the mechanism would protect, the ones the precedent would serve. He thought about his mother writing a letter in 1981, not knowing how long she had, and signing it with love. Come on, he said to Sirius. I've got work to do. Sirius pulled his collar up against the cold and said, together, in the simple way of someone for whom that word had survived 12 years in Azkaban and come out the other side intact. They operat. The space where they'd been standing was empty for a moment, just cold October air and the sound of London around it, and then the world closed over the gap and the street was ordinary again. Behind them, in the Ministry of Magic, the formal record of in the matter of the Potter-Black-Peverell estate, Gringotts Bank vs. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was being filed in triplicate, 1 copy to the Wysengomot archives, 1 to the Goblin legal record, 1 to the public register at the Ministry Library, where anyone who needed it could read it. The mechanism was public. The door was open. And Harry Potter, Lord of House Potter-Black-Peverell, claimant of the first founding line, heir of 4 houses and son of 2 people who had loved him enough to write it down, walked into whatever came next with his eyes open and his choices his own.